Alrighty. So let's put on my memory noggin here. Alright. So, been a while. It's been a week because of my anime convention. The last time on Yakuza Like a Dragon, we basically went through the data dump, like the second big data dump, like info dump chapter in Japanese. Basically, Namba did the skedaddle, sold out the party to Ogasawara, the president of Bleach, Japan. And then eventually he went to try to burn down the Gomijo, the Komijo. And then we captured him, the party captured him, and then he spilled the beans on Ryo Aoki, which is Masato Arakawa. And then we went as far as getting to knowing the relationship of Hoshino, the leader, the chairman of the Seiryu clan, and how Hoshino was the person who assassinated Masumi's father, Masumi Arakawa. And that's about it. And then he told about the whole intrigue, Ogikubo, the political layers of the gray zone, and the significance of the fake bills, especially the fake bill that presumably Masumi Arakawa planted in Asuka's pocket. I think that's the last thing we did, yeah. And then now we're at the moment where we head to Sotenbori, Osaka, soon. I don't remember what offensive we're taking against. Gal's with us. Oh man, I gotta get back situated again. Yeah, I think we're okay. Right? Yeah. So, we're supposed to secure our funds. Is this a political race? Oh, this is where we prepare the political race against Ryo Aoki. Oh. So, Hamako is saying that Bleach Japan set up a tent, like a rescue tent, and all her peeps went to the new relief camp thing. But turns out that's gonna be a ploy by Ryu Aoki to just deport all the peeps. So we're gonna go to Hamako. And Hamako would disagree and say, yeah, you know, he's a good guy and all that. But obviously, Kasuga and Co. knows better. Or Kasuga specifically knows better. But it's hard to coming from Hamako's perspective, it's very difficult to know that that's what's happening. Because she doesn't know them personally.
Hamako-san, これは一体。
いらねえもん捨てるって言っただろ。こいつら私一人で出したんだけど、もうくったくたでね。残りはあんたたちに頼みたいってわけさ。
布団買い替えるのかい。景気いいじゃねえか。あれ、誰もいねえ。女の子たちはどうしたんだい。
あの子たちは一人残らずやめたよ。閉めるんだよ、この店は。
偉人町再生シェルター。
ブリーチジャパンの連中が浜北公園の先に作った施設さ。風俗で働く子やその家族が無料で住めるんだよ。
無料で住める？じゃあ店の子たちはそこに。
ああ、しかもシェルターじゃ職業訓練も受けられるし、ビザ取得のサポートもしてくれんだよ。日本国籍のないあの子たちにはこれ以上ない計らいさ。
本当にブリーチジャパンがそんな施設を作ったのか？
これからは同じような施設を全国に展開していくってよ。ここもブリーチジャパンが買い取ってシェルターに建て直すのさ。
でもここがなくなったらハモコさんはどうするんだ？困るだろう。
その辺もちゃんと考えてくれててね。私をシェルターの寮母にしてくれるんだとさ。でも給料も
It sounds too good to be true, and unfortunately,
仕事だ。困るどころかありがたいね。
they are the
ありが
casualties.
たいって。前はあんなにブリーチジャパンを嫌ってただろう。
以前は出てけ出てけっていうばかりのうるさい連中だと思ってたさ。でも今回こうやって代替えの案をちゃんと出してくれたんだよ。
Bless her
なん
heart.
だかんだ
She
言いな
was
が
too
らちゃん
trusting.
と考えてくれてたってことさ。話によるとシェルターは青木亮の発案らしいじゃないか。なかなか大した男だよ。私は見直したね。
こんなこと言っちゃなんだが、選挙のための票集めじゃねえのか？今度の衆院選が終わったらシェルターなんて知らん顔するかもしんねえぞ。
うん、そうだよ。政治家がよく使う手だって。
なんてこと言うんだ。あの人はそんな薄情な男じゃないよ。
Oh, but he
お前たち
is.
にうちの子たちを救えたかい？何にもできやしないだろう。今日だって青木さんはお忙しいところをわざわざ偉人町まで足を運んでくれてんだよ。
青木亮が今日偉人町に？
小笠原さんの葬式に参列するためだよ。青木さんはどんなに忙しくっても仲間のためならスケジュール
That's right. He's here for Ogasawara's funeral because Aoki had someone off Ogasawara. It's such a shame. Like, Hamako is a very spunky and somewhat suspicious character, right? Like, she's suspicious of... She's very good on her feet. It's quite street smart. But it's such a shame that the moment she decides to open up with a moment of faith, it's just by a bigger scheming person, Aoki. Such a shame.
ルを縫って駆けつけてくれる情の熱い人なんだ。それをお前らは大して知りもしないでつべこべ言うんじゃないよ。
The irony here is he does know. Costco does know who Aoki is.
若が偉人町に来てる。
挨拶に行くか。
いろいろと聞くチャンスかもしれない。
俺も堀之内との関係を知りてえしな。
バカ。相手は時の人だぞ。そんな簡単に近づけるわけないだろ。
やれるわよ。葬式ほど簡単に潜り込める場所ないんだから。
なんで最後まで張り切ってんだよ。
悪い、ハモコさん。ゴミ出しは別の日でもいいかい？
え？どうしたんだい急に。
ちょいと野暮用を思い出しちまってよ。
仕方ないね。なるべく早く来ておくれよ。
おう、悪いな。式場の場所わかるか？
偉人町で葬式といえば中央通りにある斎場よ。野々宮の時に行ったでしょ。
あそこか。よし、早速行こうぜ。
Alright. This is where we bump into him in the parking lot. At some point. And then get interfered by some Keikona guards. We'll worry about those things later. I keep forgetting we can call a taxi anywhere. Oh wait, it's right here, actually.
小笠原君、君と初めて出会った日のことを今でも昨日のように思い出します。
Aoki's brilliant acting.
何やったい。ちょっと通してくれ。俺たちは参列じゃない。
何、あなたたちもブリーチジャパンなの？
いや違う。でも小笠原は知らねえ仲じゃねえんだよ。
無理無理。今日の参列者は親族とブリーチジャパンのみだよ。
線香の一本くらいいいだろう。
俺たちマスコミだって入れないんだ。おとなしくモニターで見るしかないよ。
本日の式場をここ偉人町に設けたのは小笠原君が最も力を入れていた町だからです。誰よりも君がこの町の再生を見たかったはずだ。半年前、横浜に家族で移り住み、不退転の覚悟で町を変えようとしていた君の思いは私が誰よりも知っている。町を慈しみ、町を愛し、町に根付くことで初めて町の一員となれる。だから自分は偉人町の住人になるといった君の言葉に私は強く感動した。学生時代の学友として、同じ志を持った仲間として、そしてただただ君の親友として、本当に無念だ。だが君が最も可愛がっていた後輩の久米君が君の夢を引き継ぎたいと名乗り出てくれた。君が命を懸けて作った道を必死に歩こうとしている人間がいる。こんなに嬉しいことはないじゃないか。だから私もその背中を押してあげようと思う。次の選挙、私は久米君をこの選挙区で男にする。これは民事党幹事長としての決意ではない。小笠原君、君の親友としての決意だ。私はこの偉人町にかけた君の夢を必ず実現させる。それが叶う日まであと少し。天国で見守っていてください。
Well played, Aoki. I think the English voice actor and the English voice actor did really well here too. Incredible performance. They're very similar to them.
彼の死を無駄にしちゃいけないわ。
立派なもんだ、青木都知事。一番辛いのは青木さんだってのに。いい調子だったな。
これで本当に小笠原殺しを青木が指示していたとしたらとんだ名演技よね。
あの野郎、久米を立候補させる気だ。何考えてやがんだ。
おい、出てきたぞ。
行くぞ。
青木さん、久米氏に関しては正式な出馬表明と捉えていいんでしょうか。
次の選挙、民事党の目標議席は？一言お願いします、青木さん。
一言お願いします。どうか一言。総選挙への意気込みは？
ちょっと押さないで。
道を開けてください。はい、通してください。
青木都知事。ダメだ、近づけねえ。
先回りしよう。
先回り？
都知事が電車で来るはずね。どっかに車止めてんだろ。
そりゃそうだが、偉人町なんて駐車場だらけだぞ。全部見て回る気か？
ねえ、前に週刊誌で読んだんだけど、マスコミに追われてる有名人って地下パーキングを使うんだって。追っ手を巻きやすいの。
本当かよ。
この近くに地下駐は？
でっかいのがあるわよ。川沿いに入り口があるわ。
よし、行ってみようぜ。
Gotta go to the underground parking lot, which is actually a reused asset of Kamurocho, like in Yakuza 4. It has very similar layouts and assets that is no longer present in Kamurocho. Maintenance, so we go around. Go through a different entrance. Whoops. I think it was something like up in the corner. Yeah, in that bar strip. That's a big underground parking lot. Seeing the footprint that we traveled. Was it back here? I don't remember it was back here. Yeah. Or, wait. Oh, no. Wait, it was really out front? Right. I hope I don't have to collect all those again. I'm pretty sure they carry over. Although that one I already picked up. I'm getting a little sussy.
Nah.
Get down to the parking lot. Then some Keikona guys are in front of us. In our case, these guys are probably guys from Kansai, like Osaka. Their accent, which I can't pick up very well, but they should be having the Kansai accent because of these are guys from the Omi Alliance. And in English, in the English version, they gave them a Keikona accent, so somewhere like slightly southern drawl to it, to give it like the contrast between like non-Tokyo, non-metropolitan main one, and then on the outskirts and whatnot. But I can't tell. Not really. I only know by context.
ビンゴね。
ナイスだぜ、さっちゃん。
That's why I call them the Keikona guys.
行くぞ。
おい、なんだお前ら。お前らここで何してる？
通してくれよ。都知事と話がして。
ダメだ、下がれ。限界態勢、不審者だ。
知事、こちらへ。おい、俺たちは不審者じゃねえ。勝手に決めつけんなよ。
だったら何者だ。お前らマスコミじゃないだろ。
都知事のファンだよ。握手するだけだって。
ね？ダメだ。
どうしても？
ダメだ。
ちょっとだけだから。
あかん言うたらあかんのや。
あかんか。あんたら関西の人ってか。
せやったらなんや。
つまり近江だな。ああ、否定しねえのか。都知事の警備が近江連合のヤクザだ。驚きだね。
アホ抜かせ。わしらは警備会社の民間人や。関西弁やからって全員が近江連合なわけないやろ。勝手に決めつけんなや。
ほう、よく言うぜ。俺たちのことは不審者だって決めつけたくせによ。
お前はどう見たって。
まあまあまあ、ここは一つ落ち着けよ。なあお前ら、おとなしくそこをどけ。さもないと。動くな。おいおい、ずいぶん物騒なもん出すな。火借りてえだけなんだが。っていうか、民間の警備会社がそんなもんなんで持ってんだ。
くそー、 はめやがったな。まあええわ。バレてもうたならこのまま弾くだけ。
安全装置外れてねえぞ。嘘だよ、ど素人め。
Way to go, Adachi.
なめやがってクソが。いたまえ、こいつら血祭りや。
Man, the English and the Japanese Adachi, they're like right on top of each other. Same attitude, same. It's pretty good. Their singing is so different though. When they sing their Machine Gun Kiss, holy moly, do they sound different. Bruh. the beat drop, all I can hear is bruh. Wait, why do you have a pipe? Oh, he got unequipped when he was rejoining. Ow.
大丈夫か。
何してるんだお前たち。
これは知事。
お前たちは暴漢と市民の区別もつかないのか。けしからんぞ。
いえ、はい、申し訳ございません。
お怪我はありませんか。私の警備がとんだ勘違いをしてしまったようで、バックミラー越しに事態が見えたもので慌てて戻ってまいりました。さあ
若。
今夜乙姫ランドに一人で来い。俺も一人で行く。お怪我がなくて本当に良かった。この度は本当に申し訳ございませんでした。警備の者たちはしっかりと教育をしておきますので、何卒ご容赦ください。では次の予定がありますので、ここで失礼いたします。
なあ。
Yep. And then we go meet up with Aoki alone, but not alone because Kasuga has great friends who has his back even if he doesn't know it or not. Much like Kiryu. Let's equip. Okay. So do we go straight to Otohime Land? Oh yeah, we do. Okay. Again, we're just going through all the scenes with a Japanese cast because I do enjoy seeing, hearing their performance and getting a reminder of the storyline again. That goes in alone, tells them to peace back.
Oh.
He goes in alone. Added that little slight dust with the specular highlights, or that slight dustiness Give you the illusion of real-time specular highlights kind of thing. I want to hear the details of his explanation here. Because we're going to call his bluff on a lot of these things. So, dramatic irony, he was not technically born in a soapland. But in a hospital.
お久しぶりです。若。
会いたかったんだろう、俺に。お前の聞きたいことなら分かってるさ。どうして俺が名前まで変えて政治家になったのか。どうして俺が登場界の壊滅に加担したのか。あとこの体も気になるか。昔は車椅子だったもんな。
He also did not destroy the Tojo clan. Daigo enabled his father to do so.
病気はアメリカで治した。肺の移植手術を受けてな。知ってるか。向こうじゃ移植の順番が金で買えるんだ。だがどんなに金があっても、ヤクザの息子じゃそれさえ難しいんだ。
そのために名前変えたんですか。
手術のためだけじゃねえ。荒川真澄の息子として生まれたこと。病気のせいで青春時代を人並みに謳歌できなかったこと。そういう人生そのものを書き換えるために名前を変える必要があったんだよ。でもその結果、今じゃ都知事と幹事長を兼任する政治家になれた。どうした？おめでとうございますの一言も言ってくれないのか？
素直に言えないんですよね。政治家になるってのはそんなに嬉しいもんなんですか？
政治ってのはいいもんさ。ヤクザみたいに暴力で支配するわけじゃない。法律に準じて人々の暮らしを良くする。おかげで多くの人間から感謝されてるよ。
小笠原を殺しましたよね。
ん？はあ。リスクマネージメントさ。
どういう意味ですか？
だってあいつはお前に拉致られてブリーチジャパンや俺の内情をベラベラと喋ったんだろ。あいつはそういう男さ。奴は一言も喋ってませんなんて言ってたけど、目を見りゃわかるよ。だから処分した。
本当かどうか確認もしねえで、なんでそんなに簡単に殺せるんですか？
じゃあ聞くが、あいつは本当に何も喋らなかったのか？どうだ？
そりゃ。
ほら見ろ。リスクマネージメントというのはそういう危険を事前に。
でも一緒にブリーチジャパンを立ち上げた仲間なんでしょ
う。それをためらわずに切れるかどうかがトップに求められる決断力さ。親父だってそうだっただろう。ガキの頃から面倒見てたお前にあっさりと身代わり出頭を突きつけた。
親さんは俺を切ったわけじゃありません。あの時荒川組を守るためには俺が出頭するしかなかったんです。
荒川組を守る？
沢城の頭が殺した鈴森って男は東上界の直系組員でした。もしも頭がパクられることになったら、三次団体で隠したの荒川組はけじめをつけさせられますから。
お前が身代わりになんなくたって沢城はパクられなかったさ。
それ誰にもわからないっすよ。
いやわかる。なぜなら沢城は鈴森を殺してないんだから。
え？
Yeah, this is where he reveals that he was the one that killed him.
あの晩だったな。覚えてるか？大晦日に行ったカムロ町のクラブ。
ええ。若の彼女さんの誕生日で。
あの夜は散々だったな。
Yeah, this scene is pretty crazy.
若
Pretty
いつからそこに
so much weight on this scene too.
あの若
おう。
This is basically the very moment that Masato, the last straw that breaks his back, and he just derails from here because of what Horonouchi used, I've got her name, to scam and to basically scam him, even though he was willing to trust and love someone the last time anyway.
用足しは済んだのか。俺は帰るからそれで払っとけ。余ったらケツ拭く時にでも使え。
This kind of hits just as hard as like in just one scene to characterize some sympathy for someone who's clearly incredibly well put together now is Yakuza 6, when they talked about the background of I forgot the guy's name, but it's Kiyomi's ex-husband, when they showed how he was like an upstart Yakuza that did everything to protect her, to gain her affection in a flashback.
大丈夫ですか？
うるせえそんな行こうぜどうせ酔っ払いだ
何あれ？
具合でも悪いのか見るんじゃねえ見るんじゃねえよ
The circumstances could have been so different, man. If like, you know, there's always a chance like Kiryu would have walked around, but technically he's around somewhere here. We'll find out where he was and try to put it into perspective where he was when this was happening. I think. Actually, no. Kiryu was around during this. So this is within the 18 years. It's within the 18 years before. And oh no, wait. It's not. It's probably closer to the last 3 years. Or oh no, this very event is way back. This is like 18 years ago. So where was Kiryu? Oh no, Kiryu was still in prison. Never mind. 18 years ago, Kiryu was like a little over halfway his sentence. So yeah, no one else could really. Majima was around during this time. Yeah, there wasn't anyone else that was part of the mainline series that would be able to intervene here. Yeah, this was 18 years ago.
Oi, 起きろや。こんなところで寝てんじゃねえよ。酔っ払いが。
なんだてめえ。
ここはうちの組のビルだ。とっとと出ていけ。
ヤクザか。社会のゴミが。
なんだとてめえ。
ざわんじゃねえ。
カムロ町でヤクザをちょくるなんていい度胸してんじゃねえ。
This is also around the time when Nishikiyama is rising the
どっから来たお
ranks.
ごりさんか知らねえが、カムロ町の怖さをたっぷり教えてやるよ。素人がモデルガン出して生きがってんじゃねえよ。どこで買ったんだ？え？田舎のおもちゃ屋か？あ？
おもちゃだと思ってんのか。
本物なら撃ってみろよ。ほら、どうした？ほら、さっさと引き金引いてみろってんだよ。撃てねえよな。見せかけの偽物じゃな。二度とでけえ面すんじゃねえぞ。半端もんのくせ。てめえ、いい加減に。
さあしろ。俺やっちまった。殺しちまった。
Yeah, so we know he called Sawashiro, and then Sawashiro probably lied to Masumi Arakawa, because Sawashiro is actually Masato's father, to protect him from this whole scheme, or this whole like incident. And then during that time, Masumi was probably earnestly asking Kasuga to take the fall, because Sawashiro actually lied.
俺は沢城に起きたことをそのまま伝えて家に帰った。誰にも目撃されなかったのはラッキーだったよ。
じゃあ俺は若の代わりに出頭したってことですか？
そうさ。親父は大切な一人息子を守るためにお前をお上に売ったんだよ。しかし親父もそのままをお前に告げるわけにいかなかったんだろう。だから沢城の身代わりって筋書きを作ってお前に頼み込んだんだ。まんまとあいつの口車。
So yeah, here's this part, right? This little detail right here. He thinks his father knew when his father told Kasuga to take the fall, but I don't think they did. I think Sawashiro told Masato that he told his father, but Sawashiro probably protected his son Masato by telling Masumi that he actually did it, and that whole talk checks out, and then neither of them are the wiser because Sawashiro was pulling the things. I think it fits far more neatly that Sawashiro lied to Masato and told him that he told his father Masumi the truth in order to hide. So this would be like a gotcha, like they're both ignorant of what actually went down, because it's very difficult to reconcile that Masumi would deliberately lie to Kasuga about covering for Masato. That's so unlike, it would be so uncharacteristic of Masumi.
に乗せられたお前は喜んで出頭したってわけさ。それでもまだお前はあのクソ親父を信じられるのか？
So I don't think Masumi, in all of this, I don't think Masumi betrayed Kasuga. He did not lie to Kasuga, is what I'm saying. It's beyond his character to lie to Kasuga and ask him for such a big favor, even if it was Masato as opposed to Sawashiro.
懲役18年ってだけでもひどい話だが、ひどいのはその後だよな。勤めを終えて出てきたお前を、あいつはバーンだろ。ひでえ話だよな。
Masumi has always protected Kasuga in every one of his calculated moves.
なんとか言えよ。
This kind of reminds me of Yakuza 6 when Kurusu had a blind spot for his son, Tsuneo Iwami. So Kurusu had a blind spot for his son because his son knew certain things and then turned the tables and ultimately ended up killing his father. This is kind of like that, where actually it ends up being somewhat exactly like that. Aoki is the orchestrator of his own father's death. And that the blind spot is Masumi, the father figure, has a soft spot, and it ends up ultimately being their blind spot of an ambitious son. A son that wants to primarily look for affirmation. And Tsuneo was also the same case with his relationship with Kurusu in Yakuza 6.
それでも俺は荒川のおやっさんを信じてます。
ふん。じゃあ俺からも一つ聞かせてくれ、イチ。お前なんで生きてんだ？なんで偉人町にいる？
理由なんて。でも俺はどん底の一番です。どっからでも這い上がってくんのが俺ですから。
そうか。まあいい。しかし何年経ってもお前の間抜け面は変わらないな。怒りを通り越して懐かしささえ覚えるよ。嬉しいぜ。
そいつは光栄です。俺はてっきり今夜はめられるんじゃないかと思ってたんですけどね。
Oh, I just realized how I just did an inception moment when I said 18 years ago when all this started, when the last straw that broke the camel's back and when he went to prison, Nishikiyama was on the rise, right? It's super poetic because the voice actor of Nishikiyama is the voice actor of Kasuga, and it just goes full circle. The character that was born, the consequences that birth Kasuga here, and the whole plot of the conflict in Yakuza Like a Dragon, that character that voice actor happens to voice both the characters. So it's like the rise of both Nishikiyama and the downfall of Kasuga was lined up pretty well. I think it's great if that was intentional. But yeah, during 2001 to 2005, that's where you would pretty much imagine that Nishikiyama is climbing up. He's taking his favors. There's a lot of flashbacks to all the events during that time. That's when Nishikiyama was getting pushed around, but he was on his way to trying to secure a deal, more or less, with the remainder, Shimano and Cosma, on securing a patriarch position, and he ends up starting his own family at that time.
でも若は約束通り一人で来てくれた。俺も嬉しいです。
殺されると思ったか？お前を殺すことなど議会の答弁に比べれば朝飯前だよ。だが生かしてやる。昔のよしみでな。
All All that starts back in Yakuza 1 or Kiwami 1.
二度と俺と俺の親父に近づくな。いいな。
じゃあ俺からも若に条件を出させてもらいます。偉人町から撤退して久米の出馬も取り消してください。
何？
生意気なこと言うようですけど、久米は国会議員の器じゃないっすよ。
民事党内でも同じ見解だ。現に後ろ盾がなければあんな世間知らずの若造は落選するに決まってる。
だったらなんで久米なんかを出馬させるんですか？
俺の価値を知らしめさせるためさ。
え？
想像してみろ。久米がトップ当選を果たしたら、その時民事党の奴らはどう思う？青木亮の推薦は何の実力もない若者をトップ当選させるだけの力があるのだと理解するだろう。そして青木亮というネームバリューは荻窪にとって変わる価値があると思い知るはずだ。
久米は若の引き立て役ってわけですか？
選挙とはまさに駆け引きのゲームなんだよ。
だったら偉人町再生シェルターもそのゲームの一部に過ぎないってことですか？
あのシェルターかあれはなかなか役に立つ優れものさ。なんたって不法滞在者を一網打尽で捕まえられるんだからな。
Yep.
捕まえる？ビザの取得をサポートしたりするんじゃん。
まさか今さら彼女らにビザが下りるわけがないだろう。シェルターから入管まではバスで行き、その後はそのまま強制送還だ。
そんな。それじゃ彼女たちを騙したのか？
犯罪者を一掃して偉人町を再生するシェルター。名前に偽りはないね。
じゃあ若は俺の条件を飲めないんですね。
飲めないね。
なら今夜の交渉は決裂ってことですね。
勘違いしてるようだが、今夜は交渉ではない。さっきも言ったろう。お前を生かしておいてやるのは俺からの情けだ。それを無下にするなら好きにするがいい。
どういうことっすか？若は一人で来るって聞いてましたが。
若の最後の情けを無駄にしやがって愚か者が。
ちょっと多すぎやしませんか？こっちは約束通り一人なんですよ。
こっちだ一番。
Psych.
おい、お前らなんでここに？
おら、どけどけ。
逃げるわよ。
Good old friends.
やっぱり罠だったじゃねえか。
Although we could totally bop him. Oh, now there's this appearance with this guy with a big sword. It's not even a big sword. It's like a kitchen knife or sashimi, but it's like overly exaggerated and crazy.
わしら控えの出番や。とこ見せて沢城の頭にアピールすんで。
No hard feelings, guys.
すっきり。おう、
秒で終わる。ほら上がってこいよ。私の番ですね。
どうしようかな。
痛い目に合わせますよ。
やってやるぞ。
ほら来いよ。
Man, this track goes pretty hard.
奥の手。
かかってきなさい。
逃げるなら今のうちだぞ。
俺の番だな。
私に勝てますかね。
Man, the HP is scaling is so high. We're double that guy's level.
さて。
Oh, interesting.
頑張ります。
I just noticed that he spawns a weapon in his other hand. Pop. There's the guy.
俺相手にずいぶん大げさなんじゃないですか、頭。
まあな。だがお前は撃たれても生きてた男だろう。念には念を入れたまでだ。
こいつが大光に撃たれても死なへんかったってやつですか？どんだけごっついやつかと思ったけど案外普通でんな。
侮るな。確実に息の根を止めろ。
せやったら頭と手足を切り落とすっちゅうのはどうでしゃろ。それならさすがに生きてられへんでしょ。
やり方は任せる。
マグロならぬ人間解体ショーをお見せしますで。終わったらあいつの首箱詰めして明日の朝には届けますわ。
守備よくやれ。
頭は帰るんですか。
お前らの汚い血でスーツを汚したくないからな。
汚れ仕事は全部部下任せですか。あんた荒川のおやっさんの下で一体何を学んできたんですか。
おやっさんおやっさん、うるせえな。その言い草には昔から虫唾が走ってたんだ。
まあまあ言わせたってやりましょう。どうせあいつが物言えるのもあと数分の話やし。
おしゃべりは十分だ。さっさとやれ。
ほな解体ショーの始まりや。
I wonder if Sawashiro didn't participate in this fight because he knew the gang was going to win. Or he was rooting for the gang to win. Because it doesn't benefit him from Casca dying here. Hmm.
見せてやる。
Oh. He was in a guarded state. I couldn't even tell. Oh. I can use... Oh no, I can't. I have to finish the management mode again for that. Hi, guy. Oh. Okay.
舐めると痛い目見ますよ。
Oh. I gotta switch up for Pyro Prison again. On my shortcuts. Okay. That boss scaling though. Is it unlimited? Might actually be unlimited. Yeah, it's unlimited. Man, counter states are great if you're slow. Yeah. Holy heck. I mean, it's not like he can hit, but still. Okay. This guard expired. Oh, that didn't work out. Okay. I guess we just use auto attack. Can't be knocked down. Wow, not even batted down. Weak to blunt. So resistant to slash. Oh, it's fast. Holy heck. I still haven't really found a technique. We'll have to explore techniques for single target damage, because like single target damage is something we'll need in the end game. We never hear from this guy ever again.
頭も驚くだろうよ。箱の中におめえの首を見たらな。
めっちゃ気持ち悪いやつだったわね。
近江にはこんなのがワンサがいんのか。
日本一の極道組織だ。これよりもヤバい奴らだってゴロゴロいいんだろ。
そんな連中がどんどんインジン町にやってくるの？勘弁してよ。
一番。
浜子さん。
They're all gone.
どうしたんだ？
今シェルターへ行ってきたんだよ。
Yeah, can't rescue them.
シェルターへ。
They weren't able to rescue them.
あの子たちの忘れ物があったから届けようと思って。そしたらあの子たちどこにもいないんだよ。シェルターの職員も全然取り合ってくれないしさ。一体どうなってんだか。
落ち着け、浜子さん。
一緒に探してくれよ、一番。
At least I don't think we were able to help them.
あの子たちはもう日本にはいない。シェルターは彼女たちを強制送還させるためのネズミ捕りだったんだ。
そんな、あの子たちは自分が生まれた国に頼れる人間なんていな
I
い
don't
んだ。
know if
だか
Hamako
ら
ever
一緒に身
recovers
を寄
from
せてい
this.
たんじゃないか。私はね、私はあの子たちの幸せだけが生きがいだったんだ。なのになんでこんな結果に。
浜子さん、
私がシェルターなんか進めなけりゃ、もっと早く気づいていりゃ。
浜子さんはただあの子たちを思って行動しただけだ。悪いのは浜子さんじゃない。
そうよ。自分を責めないで。浜子さんは最後まで誠実だったわよ。
ごめんよ。
畜生。
Casualty of Aoki's ambitions.
浜子さん、ひとまず休ませたわ。
ありがとう、さっちゃん。
どんどん偉人帳がぶっ壊れていくな。
反純義が言ってたの覚えてるか？俺たちも行く当てがあるなら出て行った方がいいって。本当に考える時かもしれねえぞ。
逃げんのか？
だってよ、もう取り返しがつかねえとこまで来ちまってんじゃねえのか。
取り返しがつかねえか。ちなみにナンバーはどっか行く当てがあんのか？
いや、すぐには思い浮かばないけどよ。
足立さんは？
親もとっくに亡くなってるし、今さら行く当てって言われてもな。最後は
とてもじゃないけど、妹とお父さんを置いて出ていけないわ。
じゃあ決まりじゃねえか。
決まり？何が？
みんなここから出ていけるような状況じゃねえ。そりゃ俺たちもコミジルもリューマンもみんな同じだ。だったら抗うしかねえだろ。取り返しがつかねえってんならなおさら取り返してやろうじゃねえか。
でも賞賛があんのか？
そんなもん必要ねえ。昔荒川のおやっさんに言われたよ。賞賛があって殴りに行くのはただの弱い者いじめだってな。
でも賞賛もなしに殴りに行くってのはただの無鉄砲ってもんだろ。
Wait for it. The background
ち
music.
げえよ。賞賛なんて考えらんねえ強いもんに立ち向かう。それが本当の喧嘩だ。俺らの敵は民事党に近江連合。日本の表と裏のてっぺんだ。上等じゃねえか。思いっきり喧嘩してやろうぜ。
日本の表と裏の頂点に喧嘩か。
な、さすがに足立さんもビビっちまってんの？
バカ言え。相手に不足はねえ。やってやろうじゃねえか。ただその表の頂点ってのに警視庁も加えてくれねえか。
そうだった。もちろん分かってるって。よっしゃ。
たく呆れるくらいどうしようもない人たちよね。
まったくだ。でも
好きなんでしょ？
うん、そんな自分にも呆れちまうよ。
ナンバー、さっちゃん、俺らと一緒に。
はいはい、
もう結論出てるから。
さすがは俺たちの仲間だ。
でもナンバーはどうなんだ？お前は弟さんの無事が確保されたことだし、結婚の話だって本当にいいのか？
俺がそんなに薄情に見えるか？こうなりゃ地獄の果てまで一緒に戦って弟の結婚式のスピーチのネタにしてやるぜ。
決まりだな。どいつもこいつも今に見てろよ。
All right. Oh, Joe.
おい、お待たせ。
まだあんのか。こんなに食えねえぞ。
The chili
大
shrimp.
丈夫ですって
Garlic
会長。
chili shrimp.
食うのは
Or
若い
chili
俺ら
garlic
に
shrimp.
任せてくれりゃ。
私らはまだ全然いける。心配いらないよ。いただきます。
さっきから食ってばっかで何も話せてねえじゃねえか。確かにうめえけどよ。
じゃあ、俺が議事進行しよっか。これが久米君、ブリーチジャパンの横浜支部長。次の総選挙でこの地区から立候補するって御仁だよ。青木亮がこの偉人帳を自分の色に染める手始めが彼ってわけだね。
ここだけじゃねえ。全国でブリーチジャパンの支部長たちが出馬するんだろう。
そうみたいだね。
はあ、となりゃもはや日本中がなるようにしかならねえ。今青木知事の人気に対抗できる勢力はどこにもねえんだからな。
ちなみに星野会長は久米は当選確実って読み？
まあな、久米は絶大な青木人気の後ろ盾だけじゃなくサポートも全力でやってもらえるだろうからな。やはり手がてえとこだろうな。
ああ、しかも青木亮にとってここ偉人帳は特別な意味を持つからな。かつて荻窪豊の王国だったこの町を取ってこそその後継者を名乗れるということは誰より理解しているはずだ。
そうだな。たとえ日本中の他の地域で民事党が勝ったとしてもこの偉人帳を取らねえと意味はねえ。どんな手を使ってでも勝ちに来るだろうな。
そうだね。
ああ、やっぱり納得いかねえな。ですよね。ん？何がだ？だってそうでしょ。このままじゃやられっぱなしですよ。しかしほっといたら結局勝つのは若です。でもブリーチジャパンなんて近江連合を手足で使ってる限りなくブラックな連中ですよ。そんなのが偉そうにグレーゾーンの排除だとかヒーロー気取りで抜かしやがって、おまけにこのまま日本を牛耳るだなんて、そんなの納得いくわけねえでしょ。
だが相手は政治家だぞ。さすがにその領域に手出しは。
情けねえこと言うなよ。あんたたちは自分らなりのやり方でずっとこの町の弱いもん守ってきたんじゃねえのか。そりゃ偽札作って偉人帳の均衡を保ってきたことはお世辞にも褒められることじゃねえよ。でもあんたらみんなこの町の世話になってこの町に恩があるって気持ちに嘘はねえんだろ。それに偽札の話だって最初に持ちかけてきたのは荻窪だ。でもここにいる誰一人として金儲けがしたくてその話に乗ったんじゃねえ。元はといえこの町で起こる抗争を止めるためだ。もしこのまま黙ってちゃ偉人さんの名が廃るってもんですよ。おい、ちょっと言い過ぎじゃねえか。
調子に乗ると私も黙ってられないね。
ちょっと待った。僕は春日君に同感だね。
お前、
俺らは確かにグレーゾーンの住人だよ。表だって自慢できる生き方もしてこなかった。でも自分の部下や家族を食わせるっていうプライドだけはあったよ。それについちゃ孫妃も同じじゃない。今ここで引くってことは自分らの過去を丸ごと否定することだよ。俺は半品リューマン全員の命をあんたに預けたんだぜ。このままじゃカッコつかねえだろ。ここは新しいリーダーの最初の仕事だと思って力貸してくれ。
わかった。
星野会長、俺からも改めてお願いします。お知恵をお貸しください。
ああ、わかったよ。ったく、ただご馳走するって言われてきたんだがな。すっかり乗せられちまった。
ただほど高いものはないからね。
よし、じゃあ行ってやりましょう。
調子に乗ってる若造に一矢報いてやるか。でも手始めにどうするか。
そうだね。目標を定めないと。
そこはやっぱ決まってるでしょ。
あ、何？
若のメンツを潰すことさ。つまりこの町の選挙で久米が落選すりゃいい。
久米を落選させる？どうやって？
いや、まだそこまでは分かんねえですけど、でももしやれたらざまあみろって感じですよね。
簡単に言うんじゃね
えよ。じゃあ襲って立候補できない体にでもするか？ならうちの暗殺部隊が。
殺す気かよ。
抵抗されれば最悪の場合は。
そういうのはダメ。それにそんなことしてもすぐ次の立候補者を立てるだけだよ。向こうは勝つまでやめる気はないでしょ。
勝つまでやめないか。お、それだ。
え？
つまりこっちが普通に選挙で勝ちゃいいんだ。久米より票を取れる候補者立てて思いっきり任す。でなきゃ若の花は明かせね
え。まあ筋は通っちゃいるが、久米より票を取れる人間と言われても。
That ultimately didn't end up working out either way.
青木亮の人気が票の
Try to win it that way.
星野会長、誰かお心当たりはありませんか？
あいにく思い当たる人間はいねえな。今まで荻窪という存在が大きすぎたせいで、この町やまともな対抗馬が育たなかったからな。選挙の時はいつも形ばかりの対立候補がいただけだった。
じゃあいっそ星野会長が出馬ってのはどうです？
なんだと？
だって地元じゃ顔も広いし貫禄もあるし。
いくら委員長でも極道が当選するわけねえ。当選したら下で世も末だ。
確かに。
誰ら探してみる。青木亮に勝てる候補者をな。
お願いできますか？
構わねえが、俺にだけ骨を折らせるつもりじゃねえだろうな。
はい？
選挙ってのは金がかかるんだ。候補者見つけたとこでその金まで俺に出せってのか
？4 million yen.
今うちに金の余裕はないよ。
いかほどかかりますんで。
全部出せとは言う。
3 million.
だが立候補するには供託金300万ってのが現金で必要だ。
300万俺に用意しろと？
でかい喧嘩を売ろって人間がそれぐらいの金作らなくてどうすんだ。
はあ。
会長の言う通りだね。どうする？春日君。
It's fine. We get it, but you know, it doesn't work out anyways. And we get sidetracked to Osaka to help out with a favor that Mitsuki I think that's his name, Mitsuki asked, passing along Masmi's request. Yeah, this is where we bump in, get the call. We get the call from Mitsuki.
おい待てよ一番なんだよ急に大阪に行くって
Or maybe his name is
荒川のおやさん
Mitsuo?
には助けがいる
It
んだ
might be Mitsuo.
この俺の助けがなミツから連絡があったんだ
Oh,
よ
it's just
今おやさんも蒼天堀
he
に向かっ
shortens
てる
it
とこ
to
だ
Mitsu.
なんで大阪に？
俺もまだ詳しく聞いたわけじゃねえよ
蒼天堀っつったら近江の総本山じゃねえか
Oh, we get the
お前向こうで素性知れたら
bombshell.
やべえだろ
Chapter 12 is a fan service bombshell.
助けがいるっておやさんが言って
I
んだ
was so not ready for chapter
そ
12.
のおやさんが大阪に向かってんだよだから俺も行くんだよ
It's like a fanboy moment.
足立さん
I think the closest thing I could describe it is when I was watching a Gundam show, right? You just watched a continuation and a post scene, and then just all of a sudden a character you knew from like way back from another crossover. It's just
こうなっちまったらこいつは
great crossover.
止めらんねえだろ分かってるよったく
でも一番よ偉人帳の方はどうすんだもうすぐ選挙だぞお前が青木亮に喧嘩売るっていうから俺らも付き合って
Like a Dragon
今まで金稼いで
Infinite
きたんだぜ
Wealth is gonna be so crazy.
とりあえず供託金の300万は作れたよなその金は俺がこれから清流会に預けに行くよ
金はできても問題は残ったままです。まだ久米の対抗馬に立てられる人間が見つかってませんので。
そいつは星野会長が何とかするって話だったろ約束は守ってくれる人だこっちは金を用意してあとは会長を信じようぜ
なるほど。では道中お気をつけて。
ほらイケメン勝手に見送ろうとしてんじゃないっての本当に行くのだったらみんなで行こうよ
いいね。俺大阪にはまだ行ったことないんだよね。
いや悪いが蒼天堀行くのは俺だけだ足立さんの言う通り向こうは近江の本拠地やべえ連中のど真ん中なんだからなそれにこれは俺の個人的な理由からだお前らを巻き込みたくねえ
そんなこと言うなよ俺たち仲間だったはずだろ
仲間だから頼んでんだ俺にもしものことがあったらあとは頼むぜ
勝手なことばっか言いやがる
まあとにかくよせっかく貯めた300万きっちり星野会長に渡さねえとな行ってくるぜ
Where do we meet him? Oh, at the HQ. Okay. HQ, off we go. Yeah, chapter 12 is a bombshell. They committed pretty hard to the crossover. Well, it's not even a crossover, it's the bringing back the Kiryu saga, dropping the Kiryu saga nonchalantly. I really thought this game was aiming for a clean break, like a clean break to save for later, but no, they really delivered. Oh hey, the table's here this time. The first time this scene, the table disappeared. Okay. Oh, this room is kind of cursed. I wonder if the VO timing is also cursed in Japanese. It is.
渡瀬は若頭です。そしてあれ
Yeah,
からの親父は
Watase comes
渡瀬
back.
の代行の立場。渡瀬とは早めに一度顔を突き合わせて挨拶しておくのは当然かと。
なるほど。なら、なんで今回に限って事後報告なんだ。親父の動きは逐一報告しろと言ってたはずだ。
申し訳ありません、若。私も先ほど知らされたもので。
そうか。まあ、あとは何が起きるか見ものだな。
何が起きるかと申しますと。
考えてみろ。 渡瀬勝と荒川真澄、その二人が顔を合わせるんだ。ただ挨拶だけで終わるのか。そんなはずはない。親父は何か企んでるんだ。
まさか何か企んでいるとは。
近江の会長は寝たきりのままだろ。容体が回復する見込みは薄いと聞いてる。
Also, we don't ever see Kurosawa. Kurosawa is that terminal illness, and he lived for another 3 years. Or actually another 6 years since the last time he was terminally ill. So this is a really long... Unless it's a different Omi chairman, but since Watase is still on the playing board, it's been 6 years since he was terminally diagnosed with cancer. He's still alive, man. This guy's a goat.
ええ、その通りです。
じゃあそろそろ後目の話もしなくちゃな
Never
らない
makes an
時期のは
appearance
ずだ。
though.
いえ、
Or a name
そこま
drop.
で差し迫っちゃいないはずです。ですが確かに渡瀬の出所を機に会長が正式に跡目を譲ると言い出す可能性はありますが。
つまりそうなれば
It might be a
自動
different
的に
chairman
渡
though.
瀬が近江の会長。
Since Watase Katsuga, I think his name is Katsuya, were the two favorable successors, but after the events of Yakuza 5, they both went to prison for the duration up to this moment, probably. And that particular chairman might have passed away, and they passed it on to another chairman. Possibly that would make a bit more sense, because the desperation of Kurosawa, I think that's his name, his family name anyways, the guy that was scheming the whole time, the detective guy, his desperation was because he was terminally ill and he was going to die soon. And then also his son Aizawa, none of that came up until now, which is interesting. That stuff didn't even come up in Yakuza 6 either.
そしてきっとその時代がしばらく続くことになるんだろう。でももし後目の話が起きる前に渡瀬がいなくな
What
る
a
と
way to bring back the
話は
legacy
違っ
though,
てくるよな。
all at once.
親父はそうなる前に渡瀬を消す気かもな。
荒川の親父がまさかそこまでやるとは。
そうかな。カムロ町三景作戦の時、俺は親父に登場会を
He didn't
売れと
pressure
迫
him.
った。
It was all
近
Daigo's
江を引き
plan.
込めと言った覚えはない。あれは親父が自分でやったことだ。しかし親父の
And that was planned. They planned that. They deliberately drew them out. And we'll learn about that immediately in the same
そう
chapter.
思わないか？
Very
親父のおかげ
convenient.
でカムロ
He
町から
called it.
登場会が追い出され、三景作戦の成功が世に広まり、でも登場会が消えたそのどさく、自分は自分で近江を引き入れて、一躍登場会の参事から近江連合の大幹部へ。ちゃっかりしてるよ。古臭い頭の切れない極道だとばかりを。正直あんなに変わり身がうまいとは思わな
It's
い。
still true.
つくづく権
Because
力ってのは
it's
魔物だよな。
it's Daigo's plan. It's still true.
親父
Masumi
が
is
渡瀬
not
を
the
消して
one
近江を乗っ取ろ
orchestrating
うって
it.
のは俺にとって全然悪い話じゃない。身内が仕切る方が今後何かと都合もいい。
Little does he know.
気になることもある。
気になること。
He's certainly true
親父が
about
渡
that.
瀬に会い、挨拶だけで済ましたのならそれはそれ。だが俺の読み通り渡瀬を消すつもりなら、俺に事前に連絡すべきだろ。
それは。
もし事前に連絡もなく渡瀬を消した後も報告もないようだったら、それは俺への裏切りだ。絶対に許さん。
親父が若を裏切るなんてことは。
いや、裏切りだ。ヤクザが力を震えるのはあくまで俺の監視下で。俺の立場はもはや三景作戦の時とは違う。表の世界の頂点に立とうという人間は 裏の世界の情報も細やかに把握しておく。そのポリシーを貫く上では、相手が実の親でも必要なのは歴然とした上下関係だ。沢城、俺と親父、お前はどっちに忠誠を？
俺は親父から若のことを託された人間です。その命令は何よりも若を一番に思えということでした。
なら親父の動きは細かく監視して報告しろ。
わかりました。大阪には天童を向かわせます。奴は荒川の親父にも気に入られていますから。
Freaking Tendo. Alright. There's the city. Good pan around.
ああ、天童の親分、いつお戻りやったんですか？
今日の昼や。明日は頭の出所やさかいな。
あれ、そうなんでっか？
はっ、仇は知らんでええこっちゃ。油売っとらんとちゃっちゃと仕事せ。いてまうぞこれ。
いや、やめてくださいよ。天童さんのパンチはシャレにならないっすわ。
なんやと？
なんでもありまへん。仕事ありますんで、ほなまた。
The Grand. Throwback. Umajima.
おっとボーイさん、これおかわりな。
あ、私も。
よー一番、スマホずっと見てたってミツって野郎がすぐ電話してくれるわけでもねえんだからよ。つまんねえ顔してねえで、ここは一つ楽しく飲もうぜ。
うん、賛成。大阪って最高だね。
だあ、もううるせえな。だから俺は一人で来るっつったのによ。
春日さん、どちらへ？トイレ？全然飲んでないのにもう酔ったの？
Just gonna go and storm the Omi headquarters. That's what he's gonna do, you know? Oh, I just realized you can run indoors. That's interesting. That's actually a legacy thing. You can run in the Grand for whatever reason. Generally, you're not allowed to run indoors. Outside of like the convenience stores.
電話待ちってのが落ち着かねえ。あいついつになったらかけてくんだ。
向こうは花から忙しいっつってたんだろ？渡瀬の出所祝いとかで。
まあな、近江の本部で宴会の準備だとか言ってたな。食ったらねえ。こっちはおやっさんの件でそれどころじゃねえってのに、気持ち察しろってんだ。
そもそも来るのは明日にしてくれって言われてんだろ。それを勇み足でフライングしといて文句言っちゃいけねえよ。ミツってやつもいい迷惑だろ。
なんだよ。
The whole next series of sequences didn't have to happen the way they are.
荒川真澄が大阪に来てんの。
Yeah.
結構話題になってるみてえだぜ。
そうなのか。
客同士で話してんのを聞いた。下手すりゃ荒川と渡瀬の間でドンパチ始まるんじゃねえかってな。もちろん文字通り噂話ってとこだけどな。
ちょっと待った。メールだ。
ん？ミツってやつからか。
It's Nick.
そう。なんだこりゃ。
どうした？
It's Nick.
ニック尾形からだ。念願のカムロ
We found the Camelot.
あの野郎、こっちの気も知らねえで。
はーい、一番。写真見てくれたかい？レアなんだよ、あれ。彼気まぐれで街のどこにいるかわ
Nick
か
is
んないじゃない？
like the new Date
だから
son.
見つけちゃった時はもうテンション上がっちゃって。
もういい。わかったから。
He's like a mascot.
どうしたの？
あのさ、悪いがこっちは取り込み中だよ。1日か2日ぐらい連絡は遠慮してもらうぜ、ニック。
取り込み中？おお、ベリービジーね。でも、why？
とにかくよ。
Very
こっち
busy.
から連絡する。それまでカムロップとよろしくやってね。
おお、ソーリーね。でもそんなに怒って。What happened？
じゃあな。
カリカリしないでよ、ミスター一番。
Ooh, that's pretty good.
すまん。
数がよ、そんなにカリカリするくれえならさっさと本部に行っちまえよ。
え？
こんなとこで連絡待ちしてるなんてお前らしくねえぞ。それにもし客の噂通りドンパチでも始まっちまったら荒川真澄の身も危ねえんじゃねえのか。
おい、足立さん。
I'm not sure if the English track had him like hiccuping or... Huh.
そうだな。よし、行っちゃうか。行っちまうか。
行っちまえ行っちまえ。
やれやれ。まったくこいつらは。
You know, I feel like the lip shapes are quite more like on point for the English ones over the Japanese ones. I might not, it's just, it might also be I'm not used to the lip shapes with Japanese syllables. But I actually think the English ones might be a little bit more pronounced. Alright. Is this where we meet the Yippee? Oh, we should farm a little bit of Yeppy stuff now that I think about it. Abandoned shopping mall. No shopping mall here, just Yeppy.
Nanda.
Okay. I think we should climb these because we need to get the EX weapons at some point too. The question is, the question is, do I have to gain access to the entire floors again? I do. Yeah, I do. Okay. So let's quickly do this. By quickly, I mean not so quickly because it takes a while. Yeah, I think we just cycle through the same techniques over and over again. Shouldn't take too long.
俺の番だな。ほら。来いよ。俺の番ね。ほら。大丈夫ってか。強い。
We can grab all these materials too, actually. And probably where, extra XP. Oh, wait. Oh, we get all the other things again, too. That's right. I don't remember if there's anything else useful on the top branch. Wow, that guy moved out of the way like nobody's business. Holy heck. I forgot to change his shortcuts. Every time when it does a da 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 da, it kind of reminds me of Gundam style.
私の番です。逃げるな。俺の番だな。
Okay. Now I can't unhear. Skills. Yeah, we do need these materials. I don't know how accessible these materials are in like Kamurocho's sewers, but this is certainly a lot faster or more reliable. You get a lot of different materials that may or may not come into play. I don't know. Other than the other things, the main things, which are at the top 5 floors. Yuppie. Wait. How did I not get that alternative objective? What the heck? How did I fail that alternative objective? What was the... What? Excuse me?
バラしてやるよ。ほら、かかってこいよ。さて、せーら。こいつでどうだ。逃げるなら今のうちだ。
It's fine.
どうしようかな。見せてやる。
That was weird. Yeah, I think I actually like the Viking hat, the Viking helmet more. This place has 30 floors, right? Way to miss. Way to miss, Eddie. Way to miss. I didn't look at the condition. There's a set of conditions that somehow can't qualify for. Starting to run out of mental points. without switching. So still not bad.
私の番ですね。なめんなよ。苦しむがいい。
頑張ります。
やってやるぞ。何？俺の番だな。
That was awkward.
おい来た。ぶちかますぜ。いい仕事だったぜ。
Okay. Freaking office pumps. Is it this one? No, that's just 7 turns. The turn one was the only one that I missed a lot of in the beginning, but that's a non-issue anymore because of our overhead and damage. All right, the zoning does take a bit. Which one is this? Just 7 turns.
さて、こいつでどうだ。ほら、逃げるなら今のうちだ。
どうしようかな。見せてやる。
かかってきなさい。
Okay. I really thought her ability range was a little bit bigger than that. Win without... No, that's not it either.
軽くひねってあげましょう。私の番。せーですよ。
頑張ります。
Why can't I select the one in the back? That's a guard stance? Butthead. High density metal? That might be something. Without using no. That's not it either. Oh, okay. They are really resistant to that. They're resistant to this. Yes. Not to this. What about this? Silver? No, we need gold. Gold is the goat. So nothing before floor 15 probably. Probably not even till 20. Win without fallen, yeah. Like I don't see how I missed that one. Unless I tapped really quickly. It skipped over it. That's the gold ingot. That's the good stuff. I need I'll keep the train going. Nope. That's still not the thing. We need all of these things though. I guess it's not bad. It starts at like level 15. Because we need pearls and stuff. That was annoying. Oh, he has a passive guard? What the heck, man? Cute. It doesn't matter where your defense is. She's just gonna bop you. Oh, unless you're guarding. Holy guard. Can't guard against essences. Give me those things. I need these things. Halfway there. Okay. Nope. 7 turns, that's fine too. Oh, what's my hardest hitting thing? That's good. That's some good damage right there. Does the nunchucks work? What else you got? Probably nunchucks. Nah, that's not that great. What about this? Not that great either. Ow. Rapid shot is pretty reliable. Uppercut reversal. Okay. I don't know, we need prestiges. Everything beyond this point is useful. Okay. I guess we'll probably focus on who we're bringing, right? To the premium. Who we're doing it first. What the heck? Why are you so durable? Holy. Yo. Wow, that was actually really concerning. Holy heck. What the? He almost got a one turn killed there. We can still get OTK'd. No recovery.
泣いて謝っても許しませんよ。惨めは嫌ですが。私の番です。くれ。来いよ。なめんなよ。やってやるぞ。どうしようかな。見せてやる。私が相手です。
Way to miss.
よし、行くぞ。ふざけないで。逃げるなら今のうちだぞ。俺の番ね。痛い目に合わせる。
I need these stuff. This stuff is the good stuff. Yeah. I don't see how I failed that one condition. Probably didn't. Just hit A too quickly. Give me all these things. First substitute is actually useful. Because I don't know if we're gonna bump into instant death. That's kind of a little scary thing. Oh yeah, we get it. Get another mouth guard. Yep. Who has... Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Get liquored up. Oh, it's just 5 turns.
ほらかかってこいよ。さてせー苦しむがいい。
頑張ります。
痛い目に合わせますよ。
Wait, how do you... That should have killed him. Oh, it increases his life again? You can't prevent him from... Dang.
私の番です。プレゼントだ。
He has a prevent instant death thing. By getting, he has to go into the heated state without dying. Without any, yeah. There aren't any conditions. Fair enough.
さてこいつでどうだ。ほら来いよ。
どうしようかな。奥の手。
痛い目に合わせますよ。してみろ。やんのか。俺の番だな。こっち見ろよ。かかってこいよ。私が相手です。おい来た。怖いの。私の番です。
舐めると痛い目に。
Wow, he lives. That hurts a lot. Holy heck.
頑張ります。やってやるぞ。
さあ。ラストで勝ったな。まだ成長できる。
Oh, you know what? Have I been equipping the other guys? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I've been doing a disservice. Oh no, 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 no. Zhao was not equipped with his XP thing. Or training gear for that matter. What was his thing called actually? Whirly cigarette. Whirly cigar. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. Okay. Okay. Oops. Five turns.
かかってきたまえ。私の番です。くれくれ。
逃げるなら今のうちだ。どうしようかな。見せてやる。
痛い目に合わせますよ。
やってやるぞ。
Way to dip on out of there because of loading.
私が相手です。俺の番ね。
成長を感じます。
That's not useful. Time to get to the good stuff. Yeah, we need these tins.
ビビってるのか。さて、せーらこいつでどうだ。してみる。
頑張ります。
はっ。さらに強く。
Give me these cough drop tins. Wow. That's some resistance right there. Non-essential. Five turns. I don't know if we can actually deal enough damage to this. Oh, no, I think we can, right? 5 turns? How strong is Rapid Shot? That's not great. We can use the Nunchuck move. Oh yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Oh, he's not very good at actually Hanjugi is not that great at single targeting. Especially one that has a reduction to bullets. Thanks. Win without. Yep. Whoop! Poor little guy. Of course you're resistant. Okay. I think we're just running to the end. I don't think anything else is no more resources. You leave at like 25 or 24. Are they? Oh wait, I guess there's one more tin at 27. Huh. Wow.
私の番ですね。ほれほれ。
どうしようかな。
Casca, please. Your momentum. The Shirei PP. Such a classic.
よし頑張ります。見せてやる。
俺の番だな。ぶちかますぜ。私の番。
Are you resistant to this? Nope. Shirei PP. What the heck? Why'd you run away like that? That's kind of weird. Oh right, he has a on death proc.
一つ上の男。
強くなったか。
Okay. Yippee.
泣いて謝っても許しません。軽くひねってあげましょう。まずいですね。ほら来いよ。
出ますかね。これはやばい。奥の手。
痛い目に合わせますよ。
逃げるなら今のうちだ。
ちょっとしんどいな。
舐めると痛い目見ますよ。
Ow.
よろしくないな。苦しむがいい。敵に味方だぜ。強くなった気がするぜ。
また強くなっ。
Okay. Yippee.
ぶっ殺してやる。かかってきたまえ。さて、こいつでどうだ。
頑張ります。見せてやる。
痛い目に合わせますよ。
That was weird. Oh, she TP's all the way in front of him. So there is a Venom Drive? Okay, cool.
まだ成長できるとはな。
いいじゃない。
There it is. All right. It wasn't too bad. Bootstrap through them. Yippee. Yippee. Okay. Cool. Alright, man, what'd you call it? Komian not available, you know? Such a legacy restaurant. Didn't make the cut. Rip Komian, Yakuza 6, I suppose. Let's just order everything. Can we get a dialogue here? Probably. No? Aww. No party dialogue. Alright. Alright, so now let's trigger so this is the bombshell. This is the we're gonna hear some classic voices. It's been a long time coming. Some legacy right here.
ミツカ、遅えよ。いつまでほったらかしにする気だ、これ。
すみません、兄貴。こっちもなかなか一人になれなかったもんで。
今どこにいんだ、お前。
近江連合の本部施設です。先乗りしてきた幹部たちに食事の手配とかやらされてるとこで。
出所祝いの前夜祭ってか？さっきからひっきりなしに出前が出入りしてんのが見えるよ。
え、見えるって。兄貴、じゃあもしかして今？
おう、呼ばれる手間省いてやったぜ。こっちも近江の本部に来てる。すぐ目の前だ。
I mean, how else are you gonna set up an altercation between Majima and Saejima, right? I mean, Majima, Saejima, and the gang without freaking Kasuga going above and beyond what he's supposed to do. Oh, it could be circumvented.
そう言われてもう何時間待たされてると思ってんだ。
Mitsu tries so hard.
言ってたような気もするな。
気もするって、俺はちゃんと言いましたよ。
でも来ちまったもんはしょうがねえだろ。俺の気持ちも察しろ。
とにかく一度そこは離れてください。本部の連中にも兄貴の顔を知ってるもんがいるかもしれません。やばいですって。
全然やばくねえよ。近江の連中がうろちょろしてるようには見えねえ。さっきから見えんのは出前のあんちゃんたちだけだ。なんならそいつらに紛れりゃスルッと入り込めそうじゃねえか。
入り込むって本部の中にですか？冗談言わないでくださいよ。
ミツ、俺は親さんと早く会いてんだよ。カムロ町であの人に撃たれてから俺はずっとそればっか考えてたんだ。わかるだろ。もういい。おめえが止めても俺は行くぞ。
待ってくださいよ、兄貴。
親さんは本部のどの辺にいるんだ。
いや、だから
まだ教えねえつもりか。そうかそうか。じゃあ中にいる人間から無理やり聞き出すだけだな。
喧嘩になっちまいますよ。
おお、親さんが見つかるまで片っ端から全員ぶちのめしてやる。
兄貴。
でもお前が教えてくれりゃ揉めねえように努力する。それ約束するぜ。
親さんは本部の奥、竜の間って部屋にいます。
竜の間だな。一人でいんのか？
いえ、客人と一緒です。3人ほど。
分かった。ありがとな、ミツ。
兄貴、マジでやるんすか？
よし、親さんの居場所が分かった。
強引に聞きやがって。じゃあ行くか。
待ってくれ。行くのは俺一人でいい。大丈夫だ。なあ、みんな。俺、ここまで付き合ってくれただけでも感謝してんだ。今、ここで抜けてもらって構わねえんだぜ。
おいおい、今さら何言ってんだよ。
For like the umpteenth time.
なんか悲しいな。
その通りだ。俺ら観光で大阪まで来てるわけじゃねえぞ。
いいもの持ってきたよ。
Oh, Joe.
おか持ちがあったから拝借してきた。まあ大阪は楽しませてもらったけど、俺だって観光に来たわけじゃないよ。
これでスムーズに侵入できればいいですね。みんなありがとよ。
Casually strolling.
奥や奥、まっすぐ行って奥の駐車場に入れてくれ。
それは控えすな。
I'm just ready for them to when they in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, for them to pull the "I'm wearing glasses, you don't recognize me" trope. It's a very westernized trope when it comes to that. Just putting on glasses like, I don't know who you are, and just take off the glasses. Just waiting for it to happen.
わからん。おい、誰が案内したってや。
なあ、こっちやで。出前の人たち、足元を気ぃつけてな。ほんまみんな腹すかしとるさかいな。出前を首長押して待っとったんやで。
あと何台止めれんねん。あ、誰か確認せえや。
おい、酒はまだかいな。酒が来とるんちゃうか。
おやさんは奥にある竜の間ってとこだ。みんな怪しまれんなよ。
Yep. Stroll right on in. You know, I kind of want to just grab Zhao for this. Huh. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. Never mind. I was like, for a moment there, I was like, oh, I was. No. Wait, no, never mind. I was like, for a moment there, I was like, oh, did I forget to swap over? No, it's fine. Actually, I'm gonna take that off, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna put Zhao in. What is Zhao's skill cost? 62, 57. What's this? Yeah, we have a blade and a fire option. You don't have a recovery thing, do you? You don't. Interesting. Wow, I didn't realize that cost 77. Huh. Okay. Right. Party. Okay. I don't think there are any key items here that I would pick up, so let's just run straight to the point. Who just yawned? Was that Eddie? Oh my gosh, this camera is kicking my butt. I just got kicked by the... I just got wrecked by the camera. Wait, did I just go... I just pepped, didn't I? Yeah, I pepped. Or did I pep? No, I didn't pep. What the heck? Dude! Nah, I call BS on that one. That was some BS right there. I guess it doesn't end immediately. I thought you actually had to do this. But never mind. I guess you could just it's actually faster just to take out the guys and make a beeline, if that's how that works. So like you just go in and just make a beeline to the... Oh wait, that actually just works out. that actually just works out. Okay. Oh, such BS. Alright. Alright. The Jima brothers. Here we go. Ah, this was so good. And I like Matt Mercer's Majima. And unfortunately I forgot who Saijima's English voice actor was. I really like the two of them. And now to hear the classic.
代行に呼ばれたんか。代行？荒川のおやっさんっすよね。ええ、そうなんですよ。代行が読んだなら誰か案内の門をよこすはずや。なんで案内の門がついとらんのや。いや、どうなんすかね。今日は皆さんお忙しいようですし。俺ら直接
I imagine both the Saijima and the Majima English cast is returning, at least for those two characters. We know that Kiryu is not returning, but hopefully most of them return. I like all of them so far during our English playthrough.
さっさと言え。春日です。春日一番。おい、アドリブしろよ。もう遅え。仕方ねえだろ。はあ、なんやめでたい名前やの。よく言われます。助かったってか。大行がカムロ町で売ったやつや。何しに来たんや笑え。バレてんじゃんか。今ならこっちの方が人数が多い。やっちまうか。ああ。一気に行くぞ。やる気か。上等や。おもろいやんけ。
These guys are chumps. Poor guys. All this could have been circumvented if Casca wasn't such a peb. You know? But wouldn't have it any other way. That cackle though.
やるぞ春日。仲間を呼ばれる前にこいつらも片付けねえと。仲間を呼ぶか。それやったら安心せえ。俺らにはそないなみっともない真似はできん。
そいつはいいね。助かるよ。みんなあんたらみたいだといいんだけどな。
The Majima theme.
この貫禄、幹部クラスかな。
なかなか人を見る目あるやないか。
おい一番、なんかこいつら普通と違うぞ。
分かってる。
さすがは近江連合の総本山って感じ。
ようやくその実感がありますね。よう、眼帯のノリの良さげなあんた。
なんや。
昔登場界に固めの狂犬ってのがいたんだけどよ。まさかあんたじゃねえよな。
さあどうなんかの。
もしあんたがそうだとしたら、それがなんで近江の本部にいるんだろうな。
聞きたいことがあるんやったら力ずくで聞いてみいや。
そないなこと言うて体なまっとるんとちゃうか、真島の兄弟。
アホ抜かせ兄弟。何年この日を楽しみにしてきたと思うとんねん。久しぶりの喧嘩や。さっきから体がうずいてしゃあないわ。行くで真島五郎会議や。
Yeah, so I still stand by that theme hit though. I still stand by my comment regarding like the contrast between the Japanese and the Japanese and the English voice actors. The English cast is really good, like for the iconic characters, but the English delivery comes off as more campy and powy, which is very much what Majima and Saejima has. But in this case, in the Japanese execution, it's more like eccentricity in this case. Like Majima is a lot more flamboyant, and he's usually most of the Japanese characters are not flamboyant, so Majima sticks out as a character of the Japanese voice acting. And then because Majima is more eccentric, the English delivery feels very natural and at home, because English voice acting tends to be eccentric most of the time when it comes to villains and whatnot. And Matt Mercer did a really wonderful job capturing the spirit of Majima. Ironically though, he doesn't stand out as much because English tends to be very like campy wise, like Majima's characteristic. So the other English performances tend to stand out a lot more. Like Zhao's performance stands out a lot more because it's contrasting with the usual English, like it's a lot more unique in English delivery to have sly, like subtle performances. Majima's just over the top, but it's over the top eccentric, which is in contrast to the consistent brooding seriousness. So it's kind of a weird take. Like, while Matt Mercer like nailed it, it's very English. Like it's very English voice acting caricature. And then Majima sticks out so much because all the other Japanese people are incredibly broodingly serious, while he's not. He's more menacingly eccentric. But still great. Still great. Alright, you guys can stop yelling at me, alright? We can't debuff him. We're just gonna go. Oh, I guess we might as well watch him get bopped, right? Yeah, this is one of the few moments where the Japanese cast, Majima's character is more eccentric than even Matt Mercer's delivery. But in general, the English cast is far more eccentric, or like campier in general, like against the Japanese cast. The Japanese cast is consistently more serious and brooding, and then Majima is just that refreshing, standout character, right? That makes him very iconic and almost easily more provocative to the Western audience. However, in the English perspective, the people who are more brooding and sinister tends to stand out. So people like Ryu Aoki or Masato Arakawa's voice tends to stick out a lot more because everyone else is somewhat campier. So everyone else is more Majima-like, but the serious people who are very stereotypical in the Japanese delivery are the ones that stand out in the opposite. So it makes things feel really different, in my opinion. Which is great, because they are different. Like, he's so much more refreshing, being like, he's so unique and stick out way more when you've been listening to the Japanese voice cast. It's so accentuated. Not to say that his performance isn't over the top, because the Majima voice actor's performance is well over the top. When it comes to doppelgangers. Oh.
覚悟しねえよ。よいしょ。ふっふっふっ。おれ。いっ。出ると思ってるよ。また。
Here comes Saijima. Yeah, like Saejima here, he almost seems just consistent with all, the vast majority of the Japanese voice actors. That brooding seriousness. Okay, I think this is where I want to defend with Casca, just in case he can still get OTK'd. After Saejima, like, does this thing. I think we just take down... Yeah, we just take down Majima. That shoulder tackle. Dude, that shoulder tackle brings back so much nightmares from Yakuza 5's Coliseum. Freaking shoulder tackle. It's so fast. I guess we can hit both of them. Actually, oh. Wait. No. I'm on Casca. I think one of the really awkwardness about the essence animations nowadays is they're very... So RGG is very used to having the essence be roped in, like when you do an essence, it leads back into like the fray, right? The combination, but it makes it very awkward as a like a cinematic attack in the turn-based scenario, where like when you do an essence, it flows in, like you have a 1, 2, 3 essence, and then essence into like a setup on down attacks and whatnot. But in a turn-based situation, it seems like they kept that philosophy where they wanted to make the essence attack, but now they don't finish it with flourishes or anything, which is what games tend to do in turn-based situation. So like for example, that awkwardness where he Zhao poses at the end, it doesn't flow really well, so it feels like an awkward tack on. So I hope like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, they elevate, RGG elevates their like the JRPG style of presentation, because it like it's not like Square Enix kind of thing. Well, now that Final Fantasy 16 is out and it's an act combat thing, it's kind of the reverse, but there's no elegance of flourish. Like particle staging is kind of weird, and it happens a lot with a lot of the different animations, so hopefully that changes over time. Like this flourish is okay, like, you know, when he lands, but it's missing staging, like particular details. Yeah, see, like it's okay, but there's some energy and just something's missing. I would say it's largely like stylistic elements that could elevate the staging. When they do a flourish at the end of their attack. Like there are a lot of them. Most of the essences have awkward ending animations. Or maybe like very lacking. Like, see, they have the poses, but just need like it needs some embellishment of some sort to make the flourish seem more impactful or stylized. things that I can think of is if you see Tekken 8's demo, whenever they do like I forgot what they call it, but the impact gauge, their rage gauge thing, when they flourish, it has a great flourish. Or any of the fighting games, when they do like critical arts or like level 3s or EXs, their flourishes are incredible, and it's just missing it. Like all the essence there, it's just missing some stylized thing that really separates them. It's very flat. It's just the character model and nothing else. So I look forward to seeing how they evolve that look. Oh wait, I should guard here actually. I feel like it always aims at Casca, but I'm not sure. I just gotta make sure Casca doesn't die, because I have some trauma from that. How's this guy? How do you have so much life? Okay. Oh, that stuff sucks. Never mind. I shouldn't do that. That did like negative damage. Yeah, it always lands on Casca. Yeah, like this stuff's okay, but man, the Dragon Engine doesn't have enough pop like the old school. So hopefully there's gonna be like a maturity of it with the stylization. How much does this do again? 1,000? Okay. Yeah, like a good example is this attack. It's so awkwardly, like at the end, it's so awkwardly staged. Like during animation, it's alright. Like there's the hit stops, right? But like, there's nothing here. And it's so, it's very less Yakuza-like, basically. Oh no. Really? You're gonna do that to me? So hopefully, some extra embellishment. It's very clean. I agree it's very clean, but I don't think that's to me, it's not the spirit of, it's not in the spirit of the legacy of RGG. They tend to be very elegantly, excessively exaggerated for combat. This essence though. It's always Zhao. It's kind of funny. I've only seen this pair. Just by coincidence, Zhao's the one that got res twice at the end of my first playthrough. In the English one. Right. What happens when you attack him with that up? Yeah, let me take a good... Yeah, during animation with all the auras, fine. It's just the end, wow. Oh yeah, I forgot. Saitama is a freaking unit. Like he's so durable. Oh no, is this an auto kill? No. Okay. Did he have resistance to fire? Oh no, it's just fire. That's right. Oh wait. I don't know if he's This is no defense, right? Yeah, it's about the same. Cool. I don't know how much this does. Wow. That's resistance for you. Oh no. Okay. Does Phoenix Blade do anything? Okay.
こっちも楽しませてもらってるよ。
化け物だぞこいつら。ただのネズミとはちゃうな。もうお互い遠慮はいらんちゅうわけや。
今まで何か遠慮してくれてたっての？
みんな聞いてたな。こっちもそろそろ本気出していくぞ。
そこまでだ。喧嘩の続きは明日まで取っといてくれねえか。イジ。
Took over 12, almost 12 chapters before we get to hear Masumi Arakawa again. And I don't know, man. I really dig Takei's performance, English performance. You probably can pull off the Japanese version too. But man, Takei's performance was great. Now we get to hear the crazy moment, like the hard-hitting scenes.
1こちらは東上会6代目堂島会長だ。
Good old Daigo, mastermind behind everything.
東上界の6代目。
6代目、あいつがうちにいた男で一番です。東上会荒川組春日一番。
堂島大吾だ。そちらは真島。
That voice.
そして冴島大河。
なんや、やっぱり味方やったんか。大きにな6代目。おかげでこの喧嘩不完全燃焼や。
だから本番は明日だって言ったでしょう、真島のおじき。もう少し人の話を聞いていただかないと。
おい、どうした二人とも。
またやるつもりなのか。
手出しはさせねえぞ荒川。大丈夫だ。俺はもう石を打ったら死ねえよ。
どうだかな。
だったら俺らに信じさせてくれ。ああ、言葉を尽くさせてもらう。みんな入ってくれ、竜の間に。
It feels so weird without seeing him with a hat, you know?
続きは今度やな。春日一番。
He spends more time with a hat than without a hat. Man, they really updated his parka. Since I'm still doing the completion run of Yakuza 5, his parka was very different. Like the back, how it was divided and stuff. It's very slim and flattering now, instead of big and somewhat bulky.
そちらの皆さんも。
それじゃ失礼します。
会長はじめ真島も冴島もこちらのお三方は長いこと姿を隠していた。2年前の カムロ町三景作戦以来ずっとな。
And here's the other
今
info
この部
dump.
屋にいること
Chapter
を知ってる
12.
のも俺とお前たちだけだ。
カムロ町の三景作戦って若が始めた浄化作戦でしたよね。
ああ、お前も知ってるだろうが、あれが成功した陰には登場界の内部情報があった。知事になったマサトにこの情報を漏らしていたって噂は聞いてるだろう。情報を漏らしていたのはこの俺だ。
六代目が何も言わねえとこ見ると何か裏があるんですよね。あるんでしょ六代目。
おい、イージ
いいんだ。俺からきちんと話す。荒川の親分は登場界を裏切ったわけじゃない。登場界の内部情報を漏らしたのは俺の了解を取った上でだった。俺が頼んで荒川さんには欲深い非情な裏切り者を演じてもらったんだ。そしてそれが結果的にお前を銃で撃たせることにもなってしまった。荒川の親分を責めるんじゃない。
説明はそれで終わりじゃないですよね。そこまで言ってくれたってことは全部話してもらえると思っていいんですね。六代目。
ここまで押しかけてこられちゃもう逃げられないからな。いいですよね、荒川さん。
来た甲斐があったな、一番よ。
事の始まりはマサトが青木亮として都知事にまでなった時だった。あいつはカムロ町三景作戦で登場界を潰すための内部情報を荒川組によこすように言ってきた。もし断れば暴対法をどうにでも使って組が潰れるまで何度でも俺を逮捕させると脅しをかけてな。
若が親さんにそんなことを。
ああ。そして俺が困っていたところにサーシロが提案してきた。マサトの要求を飲むことで荒川組の存続に目こぼししてもらう取引をすべきとな。マサトに従えば組を追い込むような真似まではしないはずだと。サーシロはマサトを俺よりも甘やかしちまうところが。
I mean, we know, because Sawashiro is Masato's father.
いや、できなかった。筋の通った話じゃねえからな。だからマサトから頼まれた話をありのまま六代目のお耳に入れることにした。もし俺がマサトの頼みを断ったとしてマサトはおそらく他の組に同じ脅しをかける。そしていずれは登場界の他の誰かが組織を裏切るはずだ。そいつを見過ごす気にはなれなかった。それにこちらの会長はマサトとは世代も近い。若い人間の考えることは若い人間に相談するのが正しいんじゃねえかって考えたんだ。実の親子の縁ってのは抜きにしてな。
六代目もジジイ殺しやの。そのジジイの中にはお前も入っとるで、兄弟。
もし登場界の
Gotta
情報
throw
を
in
引
a
き渡さな
bit
けれ
of
ば
tit for tat,
荒
right?
川さんは何らかの難癖をつけられて逮捕されてたろう。暴対法は解釈の仕方次第でヤクザをどうにでもできる法律だ。結局政治家や警察の一部官僚が都合のいいように暴対法を使って極道を好きに動かせるのが現状なら、今の極道のあり方には何の価値もない。いずれ大門を掲げることはむしろ連中の奴隷であることの証ってことになる。
登場界の
You know what's interesting about these scenes that now that I think about it? A lot of times, games like this, when they have a room filled with a lot of people, it's often generally orchestrated in a way that everyone takes their turn to talk. But it would be really interesting to see in the future how natural they can get it to. Rarely do you see scenes where people either talk over or interject a lot, like naturally flowing. It's often just your turn, our turn, and then strategically interjecting. But a lot of times when you get heated discussions, I mean, obviously this is not the situation, but other situations where you would have things like other talking here and there. And I get it that like if you have a crowded scene, it's nice to suspense the disbelief that others are not talking around you. It would be interesting to see if people can come up with clever ways of making it so that it actually seems like there's other conversations going around, like in crowded areas and all that stuff. A lot of times, what they do is they put in ambient noise around the outside, and you fill it in with your imagination for the most part. Just for clarity's sake.
言い過ぎたか。だが今の流れが行き着く先はそこだ。そして実際にそうやって刑務所に送られていた男がいたな。警察の嫌がらせに逆らった下っ端組員の使用者責任を問われて刑務所に行った男。それが近江連合若頭渡瀬勝。日本最大の極道組織を動かす事実上のトップだよ。明日出所し次第この近江連合本部へやってくる。その時を迎えるために今まで俺たちは姿を消してきた。
渡瀬の出所を待ってたって何をする気なんですか、あんたらは。まさか渡瀬ってのを襲う。
Like right here, everyone's so disciplined. However, it is one of those consistents in all the characters, but generally speaking, you know how Majima interjected and had a little snide remark, and then Saejima like double back. That kind of thing does happen far more in a situation of tension, and there is tension in the room, but since every character seems to suddenly become so disciplined, right? There's no nuance in their performance or anything. They just end up being character models that just sits there, and it feels even more awkward when it comes to I guess now the modernization where you can have multiple characters in the room with great character models. Generally speaking, back in the day, they just limit the character models being present on screen. And back in the day, like the Kiryu saga, the set pieces are often between just the characters that are already talking. But now that we're moving into this line of like JRPG realm, there's often, you always have companions or supporting characters, and they're always present, but they're often standing around. So it has that out of touch feel that JRPGs have, where you have a band of characters, they're there, but they're classically become placeholders. They no longer act and respond according to their personalities. Like there's no person, and this is where CRPGs, computer RPGs, excel at writing, because when you write and you make decisions, a lot of times they constantly write lots of things that interplay between the party members. So all your party members have a role in how events unfold and whatnot. And I understand it's actually quite difficult to do that in set pieces like this, where there's voice acting, multiple voice lines, and all that. But man, the sky is the limit when if production costs and time wasn't the thing, because like you could get, depending on which character you bring to this event, they could have natural interactions and whatnot. So if there's anything that JRPGs still kind of do and emphasize that's a trade-off, is dialogue and scenes of info dumping. Western RPGs are incredibly dense and intricate when it comes to scenes like these, where you have different party members and the party members have different options. Your character, depending on how your character is or which character you play, has different webs and dialogues. It's a great example. I only make this example is because Baldur's Gate 3 came out. And if you want to see the contrast in difference between Eastern heavy like party like game versus a Western, it is incredibly different. And they both have their, you know, pros and cons, trade-offs, and things that you might like and dislike about each other, but it's a different feel when it comes to Western RPGs, especially CRPGs, as opposed to JRPGs. Their delivery of info dumps are so different in approach.
はあ？解散宣言？近江と東上会が？
渡瀬も俺と同じ考えを持っている。無所の中で心変わりさえしてなきゃな。
解散って、そんな真似されたら現役の極道が黙ってねえんじゃ。
ああ、明日はここで何が起きるか誰にもはっきりした予想は立ちゃしねえ。だから一人でも多くの味方がいるんだよ。それも絶対に信用できる味方がな。店がそう言ってなかったか、一番。
あ。
Actually, I thought that scene was a lot longer before.
なるほど。
I guess not.
昨夜はそれでおやっさんと話ができたってわけですか。たくもう俺が手回すの待ってくれりゃスムーズにいったのに。
俺の性格は知ってんだろう。待たせたおめえが悪いんだ。
真島さんや冴島さんとやり合っちまうなんて。話聞いた時はもう生きた心地がしませんでしたよ俺。他に失礼はなかったでしょうね。
うるせえな。余計なお世話だ。おめえには関係ねえだろ。
まあとにかく今日はこれから渡瀬の頭が出所して本部に来ます。おやっさんも東上会のあの人たちもこの日のために長いこと耐え忍んできました。あとはもう手はず通りに動くだけなんで。
手はず通りにか。これからやることがおやっさんの信じる正解だって言うんなら俺もそいつについてくさ。
兄貴、今日これから起きることにおやっさんも命がけでやってきたんです。そして俺たちには今一人でも多くの味方が必要です。兄貴、本当に力を貸してもらえますか？
まだそんなこと言ってんのか。もう俺の腹は決まってる。偉人町の仲間たちもやる気満々だ。どうせここまで来たんならしっかり祭りに参加するってな。
そこまで乗り気で言ったわけじゃねえけど、一番が言うなら俺らも付き合うだけさ。
じゃあ準備ができたらタクシーで本部にお越しください。俺が出迎えしますんで中にはすんなり入れます。それじゃあまた後ほど。
おい。
Alright. Alright. We get the power mates by default. Alright. Let's go. The scale up is so noticeable. And now drop another freaking bombshell here in this scene too. I was not ready for Kiryu to just show up. Like, nah, I got this. I didn't think they were gonna commit so hard. I figured they'd play the long game with Kiryu's appearance. But no, they did it. I was speechless. And they followed it up too. Like, Kiryu had explained the the Han Jongi encounter as well. Can't wait. Like a dragon, infinite wealth, man.
あいつ名前なんだっけ？
天道だ。近江の頭補佐だな。
あいつどっかで見たんだよな。
どこで？
ごちゃごちゃ抜かすな。 どないなっとるんや。なんで踊れがここにおる。
Freaking
どない
Tendo.
して入り込みよった。
Opportunistic
そいつ
butthead.
ら通してやってくれ。俺の客だ。
客でっか。せやけど大公、確かこいつは
俺の銃弾を真っ向から胸で受けてくれた男でね。今日は頭の出所祝いに自国から駆けつけてくれたんだ。
ほう、そいつは感心でさ。ほな、もしこいつが何か問題を起こした場合は、あんたがきっちりケツ持ってくれるっちゅうわけですな。
受け負うよ。
今日は何が起きるんや。楽しみにさせてもらうで。
期待していいぜ。何しろ近江連合がひっくり返るような騒ぎが起きるんだ。
何？
偉人帳でしたこと、今度はあんたらがされる側だぜ。
思い出した。あれは元スーパーヘビー級のボクサーだ。挑戦者からの八百長に乗って結局支払いを渋った連中を殴り殺したっていう野郎だ。
おお、あったな、そんな事件。あいつがそうだったのか。
Otase. Otase back from Yakuza 5. No Katsuya though, or Katsuka. I've got his last syllable, but his brother, his sworn brother.
送り込まれた近江連合の幹部は全体の約半数。蒼天堀に残ったいわゆる由緒正しい幹部たちは全員本部のホールに渡瀬の出所を祝いに来る。その時渡瀬は懐に書状を用意しているはずだ。
わずかな人数で私たち関西近江連合が立ち上げられたのは100年以上前になります。創世紀には敵対する組織との抗争も引き起こし、多くの人命が失われた歴史もあります。地域住民の皆様におかれては、我々に対して恐怖感、威圧感を抱かれた方々も多く、誠に申し訳ございませんでした。つきましては、現会長および組若頭渡瀬勝の連名により本日をもって関西近江連合を解散いたします。
嘘やろ。
大阪府警本部長殿。
どないなってますんや、頭。何言うとるんや。
東上会6代目堂島大吾だ。
東上会？なんでそんなんがここに。
東上会も近江連合と同じく本日をもって正式に解散する。俺と渡瀬さんは互いに今回の組織解散の見届け人だ。このことは病床にある近江連合会長並びに若頭代行荒川真澄も了承している。
アホ抜かせ。なわけあるかいボケ。
ミツがそう言ってなかったが、一番。
Oh, it was longer. Yeah, because they broke it up into halves.
でもまさか登場会と
That's right.
近江連合の同時解散なんて。
ああ、もちろん。それがトップの決断だとしても組員の多くが反対する。結局、頭がすげ替えられただけで、新たな跡目争いのドンパチが起きることにもなりかねね。だから、根回しする時間が必要だった。
根回しって、そんなの誰がどうやってやるんです？
それを6代目が絵を描いてくださったんだ。
Big brain Daigo.
正確には俺と渡瀬がな。渡瀬も俺と同じく極道の未来に憂いと疑問を持っていた者同士だ。そして同時解散という結論を互いに出した時、問題となったのは日本最大の極道組織近江連合をどうやって穏便に解散させるか、その一点だった。まっとうに直参幹部を集めて相談したところで受け入れられるわけがない。しかもカムロ町三景作戦と前後して大阪では渡瀬が刑務所に入ることになり、トップ不在の状態に
Oh,
な
it
って
was
い
the
た。
3K plan that set him behind bars.
クーデターも起こり
Not
かね
actually
ない
what happened in Yakuza 5.
そして考えたことは三景作戦を逆手に取ることだった。
逆手に取る？
それには2つやるべきことがあった。一つは三景作戦を成功させることだ。
成功させる？
そのために荒川さんには登場会の情報をあえて漏らしてもらい、カムロ町から登場会を追い出
Because
す
the
流れを
3K
助
plan
長し、
came right after
そしてその三景作戦をあっさりと成
2016,
功する。
after the
まあ
events
青木は
of
自分の手柄に
Yakuza
思わせた
6.
つもりだったろうが、真実は
So
我
Watase
々がそれに乗
was
ってやったま
free
で
for 3
という
years.
ことだ。
なるほど。
He was still out and about.
そして俺が6代目に頼まれた2つ目とは、欲深く非常な登場界の裏切り者という立場を死んでも演じ続けること。そして登場界が消えたカムロ町に近江の連中を引き込むことだった。
荒川さんは見事に蒼天堀で巨大になりすぎた近江連合の力を半減させることをやってのけた。そのおかげで今この蒼天堀にいるのはカムロ町に半数以上の兵隊を持っていかれた近江連合ってことだ。
じゃあおやさんの狙いは
It's so poetic that
この状況を作るため
Daigo is sitting in the room and he's like centered in front of the Omi Alliance's crest
同時解散宣言の日に
as he's talking about how to dissolve the Omi Alliance.
どれ渡せ！この裏切り者が！
Saejima doing Saejima things.
今日のために念入りに研いできたんやで。最初の餌食になんのは誰なんや？
やっぱ登場界伝説の幹部は一味ちげえな。
感心してる場合かよ。こいつらが全員近江の幹部か。カムロ町に半分行かせてもこんなにいるんじゃねえかよ。
そんな嬉しそうな声あげんなって。
嬉しかねえよ。
わしらはこれから大阪府警に解散届を出しに行く。文句が出るのは百も承知や。せやけどな、俺らも極道やったら力ずくで止めてみるや。
なるほど、そういうことやったんですが、荒川は。
天道
こないな喧嘩一生に一度きりや。そしたらとことん楽しめる方につかなおもろないわな。
お前も裏切るんか天道！
味方になると頼もしいね。
Temporarily.
全然手が足んねえ
Temporarily.
って。
だから俺らまで借り出されたんだろう。
He's playing the
都政も終わりだ。
EO switcheroo.
でもそれを一世一代の大喧嘩で締めくくれるわけだ。
Yeah, that moment when he said that Casca is like fighting alongside the legends of the Yakuza world, right? I think the first time I played, when we reached this scene, I was like, man, everyone's pretty much here. All the old legacies, the remaining legacies, except Kiryu. And then sure enough, he shows up right after. So everyone's in the room. Kiryu's in the room somewhere. And I think Like a Dragon Gaiden will show at least where he was in this room when this was happening. 100% all staged. You can't even see him. He's not in there. There's no Easter egg. He's not there. Where are you, Kiryu? Oh, someone lived. What the heck? Wow, that guy actually hits really, really hard. What the heck? What's that lack of follow-up, man? And he just shows up right here. Does he do his new move? No. He just socks him in the face.
なんだやっぱり生きとったか帰ってきよったな堂島の竜が
That intro sound. The theme though. It hits so hard.
あんたが見つけたのかあの人
あの人何を言うとるんやそいつは臨時雇いのただの用心棒や名前も知らんで
こっちは任せろお前ら前だけ見てりゃいい後ろは俺が死んでも守る
誰だか死ねえが美味しいとこ持っていけやがる
That's such a fourth wall break. Of course Kiryu is gonna steal the show. And then that smile. Seeing the koi and the dragon. It cuts so deep. Because he's actually looking at Nishiki Reborn as well. That scene is so impactful for anyone who has legacy in this game series. Like, how will Kiryu meet Casca formally for the first time? Like, how are they gonna do it? And sure enough, it's incredible. Oh, there's still one more target.
これで全部かやったぜ。
Oh, Legacy out the door already. Just watched him walk out. That's it. Departure of Old Legacy.
じゃあな春日、一つ借りとくぜ。
よう、イチ。
大家さんすみません、体のやつが言うこと聞かなくて。
寝たままで構わねえよ。お前のおかげだ、イチ。お前が仲間連れてきてくれなきゃ危ねえとこだった。
いえ、仲間のおかげっすよ。
そうか。いい仲間を持ったな。うん、いいことだ。
Masumi Arakawa's theme is so good.
今まで
I wonder if we'll ever hear it again after this
本当
game.
によく生きててくれたな。
Like maybe they do a throwback. This is basically Masumi's Arakawa's theme.
おやさん。
And maybe a rearranged version of it.
おいおい待てよ。なんだよそれ。あんたが六代目をずっとかくまってたって。
イエスね。さっきからそう言ってる。オーケー？
言ってる意味がわかんねえよ。
ま、必要以上に金があるといろんな方面につてができるもんでね。
Oh yeah, that's right. Nick reveals that he's the guy that was hiding Tojo peeps. Majima brothers and Daigo.
じゃあ、真島さんや冴島さんも？
もちろん。伝説の極道たちっつっても案外気さくなもんだったよ。俺んとこにいる間はさ。ところがそんな彼らを奇遇にも別口であった一番が助けることになるなんてね。
助けるなんて、俺らは大したことしてねえって。まあ。
Man, I want RGG to go full Suikoden. Like just Sega, please just throw money at RGG. And just go full Suikoden. Like I want to play a Nick, a Nick Okata chapter, whatever shenanigans he was doing. Like I want to have the full Suikoden experience where the characters all play with different systems. I have a lot to talk about when we review this, but I can imagine RGG setting themselves up to really break out the job system. I know that the job system they were using was more of like JRPG handover from like Square Enix times, like that kind of thing where they set the grounds, or even the earlier turn-based systems like the TRPGs, like turn-based strategy games or tactical RPG games. I mean, and those were carryovers. But man, if you just pull a Suikoden with jobs, so instead of having a job system that mechanically serves for the core combat, just have the core combat as a job, have the singing, like all the hostess songstress as a job, but the job's mechanic is things that they have created already. The mini games become the job mechanics. The reason why I brought up Suikoden is because it's one of the series that is known for having many characters, and all the characters contribute to a world building with their selective mechanics. And the mechanics are very like early days where you can't like create multiple facets and multiple systems, like literal mechanical systems. But all the characters contribute in a way that's unique to them. And in this case, you can have your characters actually doing their jobs, right? Like, and Yakuza 5, they scaled back that, where they fiddled and experimented with like Haruka. But that's just one take. That's just one attempt. But in this case, they could really do it. They could make those characters, or even make Casca himself alone partake in the activity of the other characters. Like Arachi is a detective, well, a former detective, or like when Date-san comes back, be a detective, have a detective sequence. And it doesn't necessarily have to be like full blown, it's just kept in the mini game realm. Like they already do this, like watching watching movie theater, playing mahjong, go-kart racing, but make it integrated into the job. In my opinion, it's full send. It's fantastic. Have separate leveling mechanics and whatnot, like even the cabaret club, the clan creators, they have separate leveling systems and several forms of progression. And I think RGG has been incredibly well suited at finding the balance of streamlining and condensing the stuff. So like what they're doing now is they have the accessibility of establishing a precedence for expecting them to like roll, I don't know, the 10 most favorite indie game genres into one game, right? Like put a Dead Cell meets Slay the Spire randomness into it. I mean, Square Enix has done this too in their JRPG games, where they threw in a deck building game. Actually, it's not just Eastern stuff. Like it's not just JRPG. We can say like CDPR, right? A Gwent was placed in it. So it's not out of the question. And to me, it's a dying breed. But RGG is at the forefront of being able to be unique in which most publishers would never touch, which is the idea of having a collage and a mosaic, and it feels so natural to what they've already set in this game, like a job, right? The job system, but it ends up being thrown aside. In my opinion, it's a missed opportunity. It's one of my there was so much potential on the table, but I feel production costs and whatnot probably came into it. But those jobs and the mini games could have been tied together in some way, as opposed to using the jobs as a form of the mechanical JRPG combat stuff, right? Like the can collecting could literally be integrated into the job progression of one of the jobs or something like that. And so it's kind of like still very detached, but you could see it. The vision is there, in my opinion. If Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is anything that integrates these things, I take it all back. They probably had all this planned, but it seems so close. So close. Anyways.
親さんたちに胸借りて無我夢中で喧嘩を楽しませてもらってただけで一世一代の喧嘩をな。
一番くんはおやっさん大好きだよね。
Like, what is Nick doing? Give me that.
デートってとこだね。
デート？今度その話を聞かせてね。
It all goes back to like flexing with your characters. They built so many characters. It's unbelievable. They naturally have a Suikoden, but their production costs and time is probably absurd to keep up with all these characters. But it lends so much to a character collector at this point. And JRPG, turn-based JRPG really sets up for that. Oh no.
星野会長とはもう40年ぶりだよ。そんなのから誘われちゃ 断れねえからな。
いや、だからもういいですって。相手が平安楼の北京ダックじゃ俺に勝ち目はねえし、そもそも俺なんかがおやっさん飯に誘うのが身の程わきまえてなかったっつうか。
バカ野郎。俺はこの年で何の肩書きもなくなったただのジジイだぜ。飯食う相手に身の程もクソもね
え。近江連合の解散届が出されて蒼天堀は落ち着いているんですか？
まだみんな戸惑っとるみてえだな。近江の組員たちもマシの肩書きの皆さんも。100年続いてたもんが急になくなっちまったんだ。それも当然だろ。
近江の跳ねっ返りが暴れたりは
あってもたかが知れてるだろうな。解散届をあれだけの大人数で止められなかった。言い方は悪いが、奴らのメンツは今回の一件で丸つぶれ。そんなのが今さら騒ぎ立てたところで恥の上塗りだ。
そこまで見越しての計画だったんですか？
いや、やれることをやった結果ってだけの話だ。先を見越すだなんだってそんな余裕俺にはなかった。
ところがそんな風には見えねえから、おやっさんは役者なんすよね。
蒼天堀の一件でマサトは怒ってるだろうな。怒り狂ってるはずだ。何の相談もなくあいつが後ろ盾にしていた近江連合を解散させたんだからな。あいつの感触だけは俺も昔から弱らされたもんだ。はあ、いくつになってもそういうもんは変われねえもんなのかね。
親子ですからね。
だがそうのんきなことも言ってられね
え。え？
六代目は私はあいつが都知事になる前からヤクザ組織の解体を考えてた。むしろ正人が俺に登場会を売るように迫ったことでその計画が早まったって見方もある。正人は自分の権力が膨れ上がる味を知っちまった。いい加減それがでかくなりすぎる前に止めてやらねえとあいつは身を滅ぼす。きっと手にしたもの全てを失ってしまう。そんなあいつの姿を俺は見たくねえ。さあそろそろ行くか。
おやさん。
ん？
さっき何の肩書きもなくなったって言ってましたよね。じゃあこの先おやさんはどうする気なんですか？これから何を？
六代目は私たちは組織を解体した後
I love the tilted camera angle that they use during these scenes.
実際にはそうだ。そういう行き場のない奴らのために
Really great staging.
合法的な受け皿を作りたいと言ってた。
It's one of the strengths of RGG.
その時期が来たら俺もそれを手伝ってみたい。
Then switch to first person.
なるほど。じゃあ体は空いてるんですね。
ああ何して時間潰していいか分からねえ。定年迎えたサラリーマンってなこういう気持ちなのかね。
And then the big cutscenes. These cutscenes look so beautiful with the proper staging.
ならこれからまた俺をおやっさんの子分にしてくれますか？
石おめえ。
俺はおやっさんの子分でいる自分が一番好きなんですよ。16の年に命助けてもらって以来ずっとです。
前をマサトの代わりに無所に行かしたんだぜ。18年もだ。組のためだと嘘までついて。
Yeah, so that thing? He did admit that he knew he sent him to prison in 16 years, but I don't know if he knew at the time he was doing it, or did he find out after? But you could accept either or because of that one line.
でも納得して入ったんですから。
その上出所してきたお前を俺は銃で撃った。
でも助かると見込んでのことですもんね。
いや、お前が生きて戻ってきたのは全部お前自身の力だ。俺がお前にしてやれたことなんていくらもねえ。いくらもねえどころか恨まれてもしょうがねえことしかやってねえんだ。
じゃあ俺に少しでも悪いと思ってんならまた俺を子分にしてくださいよ。
なあ一お前ソープの桃源郷で生まれたんだっけな。
ええ、そうらしいです。
でもすげえ話だよな。俺にはその話がトラウマになっちまってる。
え？
夢を見る時があるんだ。
夢ですか。
ああ、40年前の大晦日、茜があいつが赤ん坊を産んでる場所は桃源郷なんだ。まさかがソープでそんなわけねえのによ。
やめてください。恥ずかしいっす。
恥ずかしいことなんてねえ。お前は地に足をつけてしっかり生きてる。生まれた場所なんて関係ね
え。ありがとうございます。
会いてえか、父ちゃん母ちゃんに。
どうなんすかね。わかんねえっす。知らねえことがもう当たり前なんで。
苦労したんだもんな。俺が言えたぎりやねえが。夢で見た話だった。全く不毛だな。見送りはここまででいい。また明日な、イチ。
Freaking RGG pulls their silver bullet all the time. The moment when you feel like there's finally closure and they just snatch it away. This goes back to like Yakuza 5 when they suddenly off Park Sun.
はい、春日一番です。今出れないんでメッセージをどうぞ。
清流会の星野だ。春日、これを聞いたらすぐに電話をくれ。今朝方荒川の死体が港に上がった。
Yeah, man, that scene. Okay, so here's the compare and contrasting, right? Since the brooding, the melodrama, like you get a lot of like the consistency in Japanese delivery in terms of males when their seriousness and like the melodrama execution, it kind of makes it so that Masumi's Arakawa performance is kind of saturated in a way that it hit very comfortable, but didn't feel as a standout performance. Meanwhile, right, so Majima's performance in the Japanese thing just kind of stuck out because his eccentricity is so high compared to the consistent male delivery, right, in the vast majority of things. Even like the little jabs and tit for tats come off as a little aggressive. They're generally aggressive. So Majima is kind of like just it's a sprying, nice little, and then even the momentary jabs become so accentuated, right? The nice little bits. So you get that in all the Yakuza games, even here. But the English one, like what Takei did for Masumi Arakawa stuck out so much because most of the characters now is the reverse. When they start talking about jokes and start like powing up, it's really lifelike. It's very fluttery and campy. So it always feels like a band of misfits and whatnot, just trying to scramble along. And then suddenly you have a character like Masumi Arakawa and Ryo Aoki, and they stand out a lot. So their weight, by contrast, becomes less saturated, and they stand out so much. Like the English playthrough, Masumi Arakawa just slams on the brake of the campiness, and it's like, this is it, right? And then whenever Ryo Aoki shows up in the English version, things are serious, drama, like Zhao's subtle, like subtleness, and then when Namba becomes like teary and being betrayed, all those moments stand out way more because most of the time you get very campy feels from the English delivery. Now the Japanese is the reverse, where all the like bits of campiness that's in there, like when they tell a joke or take a jab, is elevated because the rest is just really strongly melodramatic and aggressive. So in fact, I actually think, weirdly enough, Masumi Arakawa's performance in Japanese is kind of, it feels comfortable, but it's not as momentous anymore because everyone else is pretty like the vast majority of the scenes are kind of like that. It has that same sentimental energy. And I almost think that, dare I say, it's a I love when the serious moments are rarer, in my opinion, than they are liberally. So in the Japanese version, you get so caught up in how liberal the melodrama is. And I say, as a person who played from Yakuza 0 to Yakuza 6, the melodrama normalizes that. So every time when Kiryu and gang makes a joke or actually feel happy and get a slice of life and all that, those moments are electric. They are incredible. They feel like such a breath of fresh air because they don't happen very often. Japanese delivery tends to be less campy in general. It's not a major form of like depicting slice of life. Slice of life tends to be very happenstance, like dealing with perseverance and like overcoming little hiccups, and it has a very subtle humor. While English tends to be in your face, like very elevated embarrassment and like prideful shenanigans, like basically being, a little bit scrambly and absent-minded, right? But then those moments hit so much harder. Like I really love that scene in English. Oh, but it's not, if you put them one to one, like if you take Masumi Arakawa's Japanese performance and English performance next to each other, it probably hit the same in isolation. But the whole package is different. By the time I get to this point, Masumi Arakawa is very much normalized by all the other performances up to this. Even Kasuga. Kasuga is the biggest difference. That's consistent reminder of the difference between Japanese delivery and voice and English delivery. The Kasuga in English is such a contrast to Masumi Arakawa, to the point where it's wonderful. It elevates their performance, in my opinion, because they're so different. But in this case, the Japanese Kasuga, opposite of the Japanese Masumi Arakawa, they're very similar. Like, their performance is very heavy. It's incredibly aggressive. It's sentimental. So there's no like really interesting duality in their stuff. Like, Kasuga is a incredible, bright, shining rainbow character in English, while Kasuga in Japanese, it's like a little bit more aggressive and like the go-to guy, the reliable feel. And it's weird, and all the scenes like hit differently every single time. It's such a feel, man. Nevertheless, obviously, it's great that you can experience two different things at once. It's totally worth playing the game twice, if not just to see the scenes. Who I'm sure someone who really likes these games have probably went to lengths to edit all the cutscenes and put them side by side, and you can probably go on YouTube and see them side by side. But I really think that it is a different feel because of the saturated consistency between the different cultures. Like, Japanese voice actors just naturally zone in on a consistent feel that is not the same as English voice acting. But what's fantastic about this game series, and RGG did so well at it, is creating dialogue that gives you two different feels, but they're not off-putting. Like, they don't feel like they're trying to do one-on-one translations that are out of place. The only really noticeable thing that doesn't carry over transitions very well is the excessive use of proper nouns. Like the name, lots of name callings. I don't think that's still a natural thing. But because I like Japanese games and English games, like in those respective languages, I've gotten used to normalizing hearing Kasuga-san, Anjogi, like over and over again. Like, the excessive use of proper nouns, that's not, in my opinion, an Americanism. Like, using excessive proper nouns is not a common thing. It's usually pronouns. There's a deficiency in pronoun use when it comes to that, but they are Japanese characters, so it's one thing to say is it's still appropriate because they are trying to capture the Japanese feel with the English localization. So, being Japanese characters, it's still relatively normalized. But for me, I watch lots of anime and manga and read a lot of manga. I see the text and all that stuff, and it's become normalized to me. But generally speaking, you're not going to have that type of thing when you like play a, not really often, but you don't see that in like CRPGs. And CRPG, like Western CRPGs, have tons of text, incredible amount of text, but rarely do you keep going back and forth using proper nouns. It's English is has often contextualized using pronouns most of the time. Anyways, that's just it's a really important scene, and it just hit very differently this time. It almost felt blunted by the idea that there's no contrast between the performances anymore. It still feels sucky knowing that freaking RGG decided to kill off Masumi Arakawa before he ever finds out that Kasuga is his son. I mean, that's the poetic nature, right? That's the tragedy, the Shakespearean tragedy. RGG has this thing. They don't go full blown Shakespearean tragedy, but they really come close. They're really close at executing the allure and fear and tension and attraction of what made Shakespearean stuff. Like the Shakespearean tragedy is so compelling, and that's it. Like it's the fragility of life, right? It's the fragility of legacy. And yeah, we saw that coming. If I go back to watch myself, I'd probably say like the moment it flashed out and the phone was going off, I was like, they killed him off. So I think I said something like, RGG, please don't do this. You can't do me like this. And certainly they did. And now we get the chapter 13 big twist, the coin locker stuff, where you learn all the truth from Sawashiro.
荒川真澄はゆうべうちの親父と会食した後一人で平安路を出て行った。撃たれたのはその帰り道ってことになる。
Never had that Peking duck.
犯人の目星は解散させられた近江連合の残党ってとこだろう。実は
We know
そ
who
の
it
点森の
is,
方でも
but
昨日
yeah.
発砲事件があった。元若頭の渡瀬な。堂島大吾にもだ。無事だったのか。ああ、あいつらのそばには元登場界のレジェンド。
Yeah, and this, I feel like we will see this. And I said this the first time too. Like in November, we will see what happened there. How Daigo and Watase survive, because obviously it's very likely that Kiryu was there.
ってのが何人かついているらしい。最強の用心棒だ。
Yeah, they said no better bodyguards.
お前らも用心するんだな。
And Kiryu is the glorified
解散
Yojimbo.
の最前線にいたんだ。的にされてもおかしくねえぞ。わかった。春日にそう伝えとく。
Or should I say Joryu? They try with the emoting. There's some limitations to the rigging to show like dynamics and upset faces.
しかしあの近江連合のしかも次の跡目とまで言われた荒川組までが解散を目論んで動いていたとは、これはとんだ裏切りですよ、沢城さん。もともと俺らは関東に拠点を置く同じ登場界の親戚団体。そんな俺らが荒川さんが書いたカムロ町から登場界を駆逐するという作戦に手を貸したのは1にも2にも自らの組の存続のため。
Yeah, so it's scenes like this, right? Where in the Japanese culture, I feel I don't know if this is true or not, but to me, I feel it's very normalized from the outside that the courtesy of sitting and taking turns and talking around. But I actually think it's far more common if they are going to end up in a situation that may involve, I don't know about the Hawaiian culture actually though, because it's very Asian adjacent. But if you come to like a conference room, right, in a heated position, like somewhere here, for example, there's a lot of interjections. Like there's a lot of power play to interjecting. It's English tends to be a very interjecting language, very descriptor language, and the decorum is quite different. I'm so curious if they're going to highlight the difference in decorum, because I come to expect this stuff all the time when it comes to my like household and whatnot, where um you know you you respond when you're talked to. When people talk to you, you respond, and take your time to deliberate when someone finishes. And it's to the point where here's a fun little slight digression, right? Often in English, people don't know when to hop into a discussion and when not to hop in a discussion. But generally speaking, that comes from the normalization of Asian decorum a lot of times, where you sit around and you wait patiently till the person completes, right? A lot of times. But generally speaking, the more common type of thing is people interject when they can. And often interjections happen quite often in English. And I'm so curious if they are going to capture that type of subtlety. Because the Chinese subtlety, they hit on like big themes. Like when they had the triad, like Sayo triad and Yakuza 6, the decorum was still very Japanese, but at the same time, they touched on like cultural differences. But I can tell you, when you sit around a table and you have a bunch of Chinese people talking and maybe even talking serially, the decorum is not this. It's definitely not even close to this. And they didn't necessarily go into that. And then when they were experimenting with Korean culture, I'm not sure if, because I'm not Korean, I can't really comment on it, but some of the stuff that I see in entertainment, it's closer to Japanese decorum. But in Chinese settings, sometimes the volume gets really high and people battle for like uh the vocal part, like the power, the cloud in the room. And in English, it happens quite often, like especially American audience. So I'm gonna be so curious. I'm so looking forward to it. And I mean, 2024. I can wait. Obviously, I'm a patient person, but there's so many little things that it's very important, in my opinion, that RGG could use to demonstrate how rich and how dedicated they are to building a modern game. Like there aren't many games like this where they attempt to use the cultural setting of the modern world as their setting. Generally speaking, most of it is I 99.9% of games outside of like simulators, right, do not paint a fictional world that uses the modern world as a setting, like modern cultural settings. They usually cut corners, like use anachronisms, like maybe an invention, like for example, like Watch Dogs or something. They would use like an anachronism of technology or something that's out of place that causes the compelling thing to happen. Or then it'd be sci-fi, fiction, fantasy, like sci-fi, fantasy, some sort of isekai or something that's alternative but this RGG has a game that is predominantly simulate. And no, GTA does not qualify because GTA kind of vindicates crime, violence, and whatnot to an egregious extent that would not be compelling to be a reflective interaction of cultures, right? It's an exaggeration of specific cultures. So is and we don't live in the West anymore, so RDR and stuff don't really uh, follow. We're talking about modern society, and I'm so looking forward to nitpicking, but in a generous way. Like if they don't get it, that's fine. That's great. It's through the lens of the Japanese developer, right? But at the same time, if they do get it, holy heck. I'm so looking forward to it. I don't mind when foreign developers, I actually really love it when foreign developers take a risk, but I get it, politics, right? There's a lot of politics, um, government things involved with having other countries make a game set in depicting another country in modern standards. A lot of times they use fiction, science fiction, and fantasy to bend it a little so that it doesn't create a portrayal of a country in this. So like, for example, like sensitivity, we have to list things like, Russia, China, Japan, like a lot of the bigger forefront, and the United States would be included, right? But often it's bent to a fantasy standpoint, which is still interesting. But RGG, I can imagine they would have a lot of potential pushback when it comes to the depiction of how accurately they would go in the cultural things. But to me, as a intellectual person who probably isn't a little bit more open about this, I love to see what the Japanese people think of American culture, even through their lens. Or maybe they go full ham and understands some of the nuances. I'm so intrigued because there's no American version of this. There's no American version where they invested in all the nuances of American culture. Like, that's honestly, that's kind of suicidal. I don't even know where you would start, because Japan, like this table setting, right, is showing the homogeny of generalization. Like, this decorum is national in Japan. What I just said about American culture might just be regional. So in the United States, if you're trying to capture a representation of American culture, that's ridiculous. Like, it is not homogenous. Like, what I mean by that is, to me, it's not homogenous. There's no way to easily represent certain generalizations that the United States can go under. So I don't blame any developer for ever using the whole region, like the whole country of the United States, as a platform to build their world. Because, I mean, the closest people have come is they chose South America, which there is some homoculturalization in each country. Like Far Cry series would be an example, but they still use hyperviolence and things like that as a backdrop, as opposed to really digging deep into culturalism, like slice of life stuff. Maybe in the future. I think if there's anyone I believe in RGG at the time. Sorry, Rockstar. I'm hyperviolence and all that good stuff. It appeals to a lot of people, but I want to see the Japanese hardcore slice of life genre bleed into an American version. Even from a foreigner perspective, that'd be great. I mean, if they collaborate with like other writers, I imagine one dream would be a dream team would be collaborating with like Obsidian Entertainment, or Lorien for that matter. Lorien or Obsidian Entertainment. Larian? I don't know how to pronounce their name. But Larian Studios or Obsidian to supervise like an American setting for the backdrop of the interaction that Casca have in the United States. Something like that. It would be amazing. Or heck, just, I don't know, head on over to like just hit up like Del Toro or something. Just hit up someone that like Martin Scorsese. Oh my gosh. And anyways, sorry, I'm rambling now, but yes.
島代なんていう名目で実質上の上がりを収めさせる登場界のやり方にはうんざりしてたんだ。そん
Nolan?
な状況が続きゃ 俺らみてえな都市圏に地盤を持たねえ組織は自利品。だからこそ不義理を承知で
Oh, you know what? Left field. Left field that would fit right in. YTT. Get YTT. That is a guy that really nails Western humor and like characterization and just like parodies of life, like slice of life in Western culture. YTT is on such a tear when it comes to comedy and humor and writing like dialogue that really resonates with the Western audience. And that would be fantastic. And I'm sure he's no stranger to wanting to write random projects like a video game, right? He writes and creates and directs. He actually don't do but all of them at once every once in a while, but the stuff that he writes, incredible. Anyways, moving on.
あの約束はどうなるってんだ。荒川さんが近江連合のトップに立った後、8代目近江連合に俺らが直参幹部として取り立てられるっていう話は。
ご心配なく。近江連合は解散させます。
That's right, Ishiodo is still
新
around.
しい看板を掲げて存続させます。
He's gonna get blown up by
関東の
bombs
諸
soon.
先輩方には
That was set up by
大変なご迷惑を
Tendo.
おかけしたと思っております。この落とし前をきっちりつけさせていただきますので、今日のところはこちらでご容赦いただきたい。
It would be such a great passion project. Like I could see YTT and Del Toro as such a passion project to hook up. I mean, Del Toro already collaborates with Kojima, so it's not out of the realm of possibilities.
あれですよ。我々としても。
Although Del Toro kind of deals more into the sci-fi fantasy or the like the dark fantasy stuff, but you know, he did say Pacific Rim is still like sci-fi though. I mean, occasionally Del Toro does indies into like introspection. Oh no, I'm not thinking about Del Toro actually. Yeah, he did a few that were, he did one or two, but I think I'm thinking of the Coen brothers. The Coen brothers have this really array of eccentricity in their writing, but they also delve a lot into the parodies of like slice of life things that comes off as more of a pulp fiction, which can really lean and blend into the art, like the like a dragon kind of feel. There's so many great ones. But Cohen has no connection with Japanese developers.
どこぞの誰かさんがきっちりやってくれたわけだから、一応筋は通ってるしな。これからも困ったことがあればいつでも頼ってください。二代目荒川組さん。
ありがとうございます。
This is a great performance here. This scene is it's less so now because of all the Japanese performance, but this was a good one. This is a great scene. Yeah, so once again, the English version of this scene stuck out so much because many of the English speakers are there's a lot of balance of campiness. So when there's a serious scene, it really pops up. And Sawashiro, this is I think if I quote myself from the English one, this is the few scenes of Sawashiro that I thought the English voice actor might be Japanese American, but it's really the delivery. It becomes very very Japanese performance, right? Like the context, the event, the melodrama is there to contrast it. And then now this performance is very similar. Like they're both on top of each other, English and the Japanese. However, because we heard this type of tone for a really long time, it's not carrying, it's not sticking out as much anymore. It's still fantastically voice acted. It's just there's a lot of normalization going on.
お前おたくらの協力なんぞ借りなくても荒川組は再生させますよ。東に集まった近江連合の連中を束ねてね。
例だぞお前。荒川が下手を打ったのは頭のお前の責任だろうが。やめろ。何やさら。
It's a great scene though.
お前らみたいな構想の一つも仕掛けられない口だけのヤクザが大嫌いなんだよ。何年か前までは登場界の機嫌を伺い、昨日までは荒川の親父の顔色を伺い、それが死んだら今度は先輩面して任教道のご指導がゴタク並べてもな、ヤクザなんてもんは結局は暴力。強えやつに弱えやつが従う世界だ。助けて。死の子の言わねえで、てめえらはこっちの言うこと聞いてりゃいいんだ。このボンクラが。これからも俺らが作る新しい東京近江連合をぜひ応援してくださいや、先輩。ずいぶん勝手なことしてくれるやないか。お前との付き合いは長くないが、俺がどういう男なのかくらい知ってんだろ。はあ、知らんな。親やられて黙ってられるほど俺の器はでかくねえんだよ。何が言いたいんや。やったのはお前なのか別の関西のガキなのかは知らねえが、親父を殺した奴のけじめ絶対に取らせてもらう。よーく覚えとけ。何言うとんねん。青木に命令されたお前がやったっちゅうことはその辺のチンピラでも知っとるが、因縁でっち上げて俺に喧嘩売って、それきっかけで新しい組織の頭取ろうっちゅう腹積もりなんやろうが、そうはいかへんで。まあ今東京にいる近江の残党がまとまるまでは待ってやる。それまでせいぜい。
So we know now that Ishiodo actually knows that Tendo killed Masumi Arakawa. So he's bluffing here. Ishiodo is bluffing and protecting Tendo because Ishiodo was ordered by I actually don't know who ordered him. I think Aoki. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, now I'm gonna have to clear it up. I don't know if Aoki met up. I'm pretty sure Aoki met up with Ishioda, which was revealed later, because Sawashiro refused. So Ishioda called Sawashiro out. Yes, Aoki did order Sawashiro to take out Masumi Arakawa, but he would not betray Masumi Arakawa. So then Ishioda was ordered, and he was staking Masumi Arakawa out, and then Tendo hopped in and seized his moment by stopping Ishioda, but ultimately turning his gun on Masumi, which is all revealed later. But in this very scene, that has already happened. So all of that has already happened. So Ishioda is bluffing, and Sawashiro is not. Well, he is also bluffing, but he didn't. He refused. But he is truly angry about Masumi being killed, because Sawashiro has never considered betraying Masumi Arakawa. He is loyal to a fault. In fact, so loyal that Sawashiro is such a tragic story. Like, he has such a tragic story. And you get like one or two flashbacks because you learn about the coin locker baby thing, but he has his role in this game is so tragic. He's always stuck between a hard and a rock place every single time. And he gets his like kind of his little bit of closure or like sentiment, you know how you do the flashback sentimentalism before everything falls apart for him. He's still alive too. He makes it to the end of the series, so I'm curious if Sawashiro is gonna make an appearance in the next game.
待たせたな。ガキ相手に本気になるクソヤクザども。世話になったっていううちのガキどこだ？
荒川さんや、おめえんとこのこいつがうちの組員を半殺しにしてくれてな。どうけじめつけるってんだ。
そうか。じゃあ指一本でどうだ？それでこいつを返してもらう。文句ねえだろ。借りるぜ。帰るぞ、クソガキ。
Like that scene, like those like freeze cut, like stop move scenes. When it comes to sound effects, they even nailed that too. Like, I know this is a subtle thing, but I'm not sure if people notice this or not. You know how he like, when they did the animation and then that snapping noise, that like cutting noise came a split second after the animation. That's actually I like to think RGG did that deliberately because that's how those scenes are done. Like the cutscenes, it might bother some people where like, oh yeah, you know, when you think about like full rendered scenes and 3D scenes, the sound effects are synced, right? Like deliberately synced so that it feels like it's the visuals and the audio are but in those specific cutscenes, I like that maybe they took a nod from like film noir and whatnot and that type of staging and stuff, but it came slightly after. So the animation happened and then the sound effect goes off. And it's little details like that that really resonate with me. And those who like nitpick and really, really like specific games, like they're like pixel peeping and like audio, whatever you call it, things, there's little touches that go underappreciated in my opinion. Like someone had to think about delaying that audio, like where to place that sound. And I don't think it's a coincidence or like it's kind of a slip or anything. It's deliberate. And those are the little nice details that sometimes you get so used to it, or maybe people just overlook it and not take it in like, because you're a lot, that's a repeated sequence, so it's not like someone would be hyper unaware or anything. That's actually a repeated sequence from chapter 1. Just the little things.
鳴ってるよ、電話。
星野だ。
会長。
大丈夫か？
ええ、まあ。
その声でか。ちゃんと飯は食えてるのか？
いえ。
そいつは体に毒だ。どうだ、平安楼で会わないか？
平安楼。
俺と荒川さんが最後に会った場所だ。荒川さんが食べたのと同じ料理をご馳走してやる。
ええ。でも、今は。
いいから来い。
わかりました。
待ってるぞ。
星野会長から呼ばれたんですか？
平安楼に来いって。
行くの？
ああ。おやっさんの最後の様子も聞きたいしな。
Man, some production in my back of my head, Casca really got cut short on the, what is it? The 5 stages of grief, or is it 4 stages? But they really like these games. You really the characters really bounce fast from grief and loss. It could have been incredibly melodramatic in like the spiraling and whatnot, but no, it bounced right back. That part really hit home where he like. So here's the thing, it didn't hit as hard because typically Casca, the Japanese Casca, tends to be quite serious already, and he exudes a much stronger personality, in my opinion, and it hit way harder when that like the bouncy go-getter vibrant voice English voice actor suddenly becomes that depressed. Like there was the highs of Casca's English voice actor shared a lot more contrast when he was at the low points. Meanwhile, the Japanese it's still high and low, but it's like it's less like dramatic up and down. Often though, when it comes to anger, it's like calm and excessive anger, right? Like lots of yelling and stuff. But when it comes to like sadness and comedy and like campiness, it's really close in the box. So those things it always feels like it's sad sometimes, and it always feels like it's slightly depressed or slightly anxious and fear and stuff. So that type of, when he was picking up the phone and the downness of his voice, it doesn't hit as contrasty and hard as when the English cast hits a sad point. Just like sensitization and normalization. Let's do one last scene. Let's do the Aeon scene with Hoshino. These scenes are incredibly pivotal, and it's the last 1/3 of most of the RGG games. They go hard, like really hard in the melodrama. And I almost say that because I've spent so much time in the melodrama, like the 7 games before this, the English cast breathes new life into what they can create, like a really different type of feeling. I almost feel that I would highly recommend anyone who's more used to like any legacy player to save the English for last. I forgot to equip the the talisman, and now there's like butt hits along the road. The English is so different. It hits so differently. And it has much more distinct highs and lows. Is there any way I can like avoid this? Oh wait, I can just run actually. Oh, actually, we're good. I'm a fan of dynamic things quite a bit. Sometimes you get really numb. Oh, this room is cursed, so the VO is gonna cut out. It's not as jarring because the English words. I since I'm an English speaker, it's incredibly more jarring than cutting off syllables in Japanese because I don't understand Japanese, right? I don't know what part of the meaning has been cut off. Often English punchlines come at the end of a sentence, right? A lot of the endings tend to be the punchline, and getting it cut off can be very haphazard, or it feels really abrupt. I'm not sure Japan order of their sentences in Japanese is similar.
役者みたいに穏やかな顔だ。それもそうだろう。近江連合の解散を成し遂げ、お前との再会を果たしたんだ。実にうまそうに北京ダッグを平らげていたよ。俺がそんなに好きなのかって聞くと、なんとあいつは
Never had Peking
初めて
duck
食べたって言うじゃねえか。
or Peking duck.
聞きゃ50年前に初めて食べる機会があったが、直前に父親を殺され、それ以来どういうわけだか食う機会を逃してきたらしい。
What a way to tell it. The person who denied him
俺は食事を終えた荒
and
川を
was
ホテルま
there,
でを
like, he was there to end, like, Hoshino was the one that ended his father's life at this very room, right? And this is the very room that he last sees Masumi as well, over the same meal. And he is the one to reveal this like slight detail about how poetic it is. And two of all people, Masumi's true son. It's so poetic. Obviously, this is not a coincidence. It's so cleverly written in this way. Like, you have to write these things. It's not, like, we have to know this is a fictional story, so it's so cleverly staged. It's brilliant. There's so many layers of pain and grief and dramatic irony.
黙ってあの人を見送っちまったんだ。あの時強引にでも俺が送り届ければ荒川が殺されることはなかった。失敗したよ。
会長のせいじゃないっすよ。おやさんに手を下したのはやはり近江の残党なんでしょうか。
間違いないだろう。荒川をやった理由はきっと解散に対する。
Strangely enough, they're off the mark here. It really isn't about vengeance or disbanding the Omi. And in a way, it kind of makes it hit weird because it wasn't for vengeance. And it kind of almost, depending on how you feel in the day, it cheapens his death. It cheapens Masumi's death. Because Tendo was just being opportunistic. He just wanted to climb. That's it. And in no vengeance. It did relate to disbanding the Omi though.
報復だ。つまり解散させられて迷惑を被っている連。
And it wasn't inconvenienced. It was actually the opposite. It was a convenient moment, and Tendo did it.
じゃあ その中の誰がおやさんを。
春日、関東にいる近江の残党連中が次なる組織編成に動いてる。そいつらは今回の解散に黙っちゃいられない連中の塊だ。犯人はその中にいる可能性が高いかもな。
新しい組織と連中が
accurate.
おやさんを。
Basically undoing his legacy
裏
too.
で指揮できる人間がいるとすれば、今や表の世界も裏の世界も自在に操れる。
It still comes down to Rio though. Rio Aoki.
じゃあ、おやさんの殺しは若の指示。
That part
青
is
木の
true.
意志が関わっていると見て間違いないだろう。そして荒川なき今、青木の勅令を受ける人間は限られておる。
Once again, the gun.
荒川の敵を取るがいい。必要であれば清流会から兵隊も貸してやる。
俺に銃は必要ありません。
That's incredibly symbolic.
敵を撃つ気は
That
ない
line
と。
is incredibly symbolic.
おやさんは若の弾を取ることなんて望んじゃいないはずです。
じゃあどうする？
おやさんは極道が権力者の手駒になることを憂いていました。だから一世一代の大芝居を打ってまで近江連合を解散したんです。つまり極道の本来あるべき姿、暴力で何かを奪うのではなく、力を持って弱きを助ける生き様を証明したかったんだと思います。
なるほど。
それを貫くため、おやっさんが辛抱し続けた日々に報いるには、人一人の弾取って解決なんてしちゃいけねえ。そんなやり方。
I haven't really dug into the etymology of the romanticization of the Yakuza as vigilantes, you know, like Robin Hoods, that type of like concept, and how pervasive it was, or how like the intricacies of that, because in this game it's a celebration of that image, that romance, I should use a different word, but you know, that sensational concept of the Yakuza. But I don't know how, like, what is the reality, right? The other side, you often see the uglier, like you talk a lot of times, you hear that other side of the organized crime, but a lot of times these organized crimes come with the intent of preserving a lifestyle, and often it comes with the preserving of lifestyles through loyalty and brotherhood. And even when it comes to conflicts of interest, that's usually what, you know, the people who controls and wins society over gets to paint the ones that are criminals and you know, unwanted or the outcasts. And it's kind of, I'm kind of curious if I do a deep dive what it's like. That would take a long while, but every time he brings stuff like that up, like the old Yakuza, the romantic version, I always think about what I guess a Japanese person would think about this type of idealism or ideology for that matter.
だから俺は若の目を覚まさせてやります。ぶん殴って思い知らせてやります。俺がやれることはそれくらいしか。
つくづく荒川って男は幸せもんだな。いいんじゃねえか。お前の好きにやれ。俺が少し出しゃばりすぎちまったようだ。
会長、そんな。
しかしどうやって青木と会うつもりだ。都庁の受付で都知事に会わせてくれと言ったところで追い返されるだけだ。
大丈夫っすよ。若に会うルートはちゃんと考えてます。
なるほど。すでに策はあるということか。しかし青木に近づく以上危険は避けられん。清流会の兵隊を連れて行くがいい。もしもの時は骨は拾ってやる。
会長の申し出はありがたいんですが、遠慮させていただきます。俺にはすでに最高の仲間たちがいますから。
Also, there is one thing that I'm constantly hyper attentive to, and it's the tongue. For whatever reason, in certain cast lightings, they didn't adjust the hue shift. The tongue indoors come out like white and gray, and you can really see that whenever they open their mouth. So there are certain scenes where the white tongue effect happens quite often, and it's pretty prominent. Hopefully that's not a thing in the future. It's slightly distracting.
最高級のコースをごちそうになっちまったぜ。
ずいぶん元気になったじゃねえか。
いつまでもメソメソしてたらあの世のおやっさんに怒られちまうからな。それよりも今から久米に会いに行こうぜ。
久米に？なんでまた？
若に引き合わせてもらうためさ。久米は小笠原の後釜に任命されたんだ。若とも繋がってるだろ。
それは間違いねえが。
俺は若の野望を絶対に止めてみせる。それが何よりのおやっさんへの弔いになるはずさ。
なるほどな。だけど久米が素直に青木と引き合わせてくれるか？
ま、多少手荒な方法でお願いすることになるだろうけどね。
よし、そういうことなら今から久米ちゃんを探しに行こうぜ。
探す必要はありませんよ。今日は公示日です。
公示日？
衆議院選挙の立候補者が一斉に届けを出す日ですよ。今日から選挙戦が始まるんです。
詳しいな。
今回の選挙には肉の壁の運命がかかっていますからね。
で、久米の居場所ってのは？
公示日の立候補者は選挙区のメインステージで第一声の演説を打ちます。神奈川2区の場合は伊勢崎ロードのゲート下です。
伊勢崎ロードか。今から行ってみようぜ。
Yeah, I think this is a good place to stop for today. One thing I kind of like that can be taken from cinema when it comes to like 3D modeling and stuff, it could be a production nightmare though, is instead of having the JRPG like I'm standing still and everyone's standing still thing, having some sort of movement or some like looping animation or like slight micro movements. One thing comes to mind is often like Pixar films, right? Even scenes, cutscenes, you have movement going on, and a lot of their cutscenes do that. But I feel like their rigging system, their like their dragon engine, even on these scenes where they're standing and stuff, could loop like slight micro movements back and forth, like a swaying or a hand gesture, or maybe like ear movements or like rotating things. When they're standing incredibly static with like here even static, but there's still micro movements, it's not quite enough. It makes it feel really weird when you pan out and you see all the characters standing and looking off into the distance. But I suppose that's also a lot of extra resources that have diminished return. It would probably just be pandering to people like me when it comes to always having wandering eyes and scenes and all that. And anyways, that's just a last remark when they zoomed out and showed your party members standing still. Alright guys, as always, thanks for watching, thanks for listening. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching then. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that positive net positive mindset, and I will catch you guys on the next one. Take care, bye now.